Good evening. I call to order the Lake Havasu City Council regular meeting on Tuesday, May 25th, 2021 at 6 p.m. Members of the public can attend this meeting in person, or they can watch or listen to the meeting live by going to lhcaz.gov/TV or watching on Channel 4 at home. We are receiving written comment 1 hour prior to the meeting by emailing cityclerk@lhcaz.gov. We'll now have the invocation by Dr. David Bybee from the Community Presbyterian Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you. It's always an honor to be here and glad to pray. Let's go ahead and pray. Heavenly Father and everlasting God, creator and sustainer of life, we gather this evening to honor you for the blessings of life here in Lake Havasu. Especially we remember this week, those who sacrificed the ultimate price for our freedom this Memorial Day weekend. And as your word, O Lord, declares, there is no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends. John 15:13. O Lord, we pray you may continue to bless our city, Lake Havasu, as we are what seems to be in the midst, at least to me, of a time of building and growth. May our city be a place of friendship, faith, honesty, kindness, and belief and trust in the source of life and goodness, Christ our Savior. In his name, in the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Heather Brazel from the AmeriCorps Senior Volunteer Program, a part of Northern Arizona University Center for Services and Volunteerism. Good evening and welcome.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Heather, if you'd like to introduce your volunteers and talk a little bit about what your organization does.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we have Joyce and Esther and Sharon, and we are.
And if I could just get you talking to the microphone, so
sorry.
Thank you.
Yes. So we have 3 volunteers here, and they're local to Lake Havasu, and we have 3 different volunteer programs, which any adult age 55 or better can volunteer in Lake Havasu. We have our RSVP program where we partner with different community organizations to help them continue to thrive and help the community. We have our foster grandparent program where our volunteers help youth in the schools or Head Starts so that children can get a good foundation. And then we have our senior companion program where our volunteers go into other adults' homes and help them and give them support so that they can stay independent and thrive as long as it's safely possible. And if anyone is interested in volunteering, they can call me at 928-715-2200.
Excellent.
Right.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and thank you, ladies, for volunteering. Yeah. All right, item 4 on the agenda is the roll call. Ms. Williams, if you'd please call the roll.
Council members Nancy Campbell. Here. Jim Dolan.
Here to serve.
David Lane.
Here.
Michelle Lynn. Here. Cameron Moses.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jenny Koch. Here. Mayor Cal Sheehy.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5 on the agenda is the call to the public. This is the opportunity where citizens have to address the City Council on any matter within the jurisdiction of Lake Havasu City. Your comments would be limited to 3 minutes. There is a light indicator box next to Ms. Williams. Green means you have 3 minutes. Yellow means 1 minute is remaining. And red means that your 3 minutes is up. If you are here to talk about a specific item that's on the agenda, we encourage you to wait till that time because then we can have a 2-way conversation on the item. Otherwise, during calls to the public, we can just listen intently to whatever your comments or feedback may be. You do not have to sign up for a call to the public, but we did have one person sign up. So we'll start there. And then after that, we'll go with anyone else that would like to address the council. So Ms. Donna McCoy. Good evening and welcome.
This is so strange to be on this side. Honorable Mayor and council members and our department heads and staff. I am just letting you know that our citizens are so fortunate to have such a dedicated and hardworking group of individuals representing our beautiful city. I am only here to express my humble opinion on the increase of wages for the city manager. He was hired for the position of city manager. We all know that Mr. Knutson had not held the position of city manager in any other city, and that our city being unique to most other Arizona cities. We knew that he would begin on a learning curve with a salary to reflect such. His performance in the last few years has been questionable at best. Now I would like to add that I personally like Mr. Knutson, and I have enjoyed many private conversations with him. But as a manager, his skills are lacking. There are many things I cannot bring up because of my experience in executive sessions. The things told to me are hearsay. I have no proof, but I personally believe the things told me to be in confidence to be absolutely true. I heard on the radio today twice that the council is considering a 28% raise for our city manager, and this amount is just ridiculous. I am not saying no increase, just not 28%. Even in the light of a good year for the city in regards to revenue, the city has had a great year because of the fact we were open during much of the COVID restrictions, and so many other cities and states were not open. But in our beautiful city, many businesses failed to stay open, and many of our business owners took a big loss, and some still are. With our current federal administration and the huge increases in the housing market, my fear is that we will have another recession like 2007, 2008. I would like to see our city leaders put our city surplus in our infrastructure, roads, street, water, affordable housing, and our emergency workers, our police and our fire. 6 months ago, we as a council there was a real possibility we might need to find multiple income revenue in our near future. And we were told this by the city manager. Our people here do not want our taxes raised. And I know now that we're good because that has been worked out. But I truly believe when you have a 50-year-old house, you don't take the funds that you have for your emergency funds and fill your house with flowers. We need to reserve our monies. So I believe we must put an excess revenue in our rainy day fund to protect our city in the event of another recession. Please, let's not spend it just because we have the excess. Just because any individual is getting a huge raise because other cities have their positions at that higher salary. Our salaries need to be on merit, on the job that you're doing. As I said, it's not that I don't believe there shouldn't be a raise. It just should not be an astronomical part. So I'm here to ask you all to please say no on that today, and that to please go back to executive sessions and find something that's good for our city and for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir. Yeah, just please state your name for the record.
Bobby Waldrop. I'm a Havasu pioneer. I moved here in '73, and how are you, young lady? My daughter worked for Jenny Coke. Mandy's my daughter. You know, she was born here. Anyway, I've got a request. We've got a big event coming up in October. Big event, 50 years. Come on, guys. Anyway, I want to run the London Bridge Day Softball Festival. I request that I can have Rotary Park for the weekend. I don't even know when the dates are when the parade. Does anyone? But I'm requesting it right now because Vicki McKee is going to run all the concessions, the beer, and I've had like 20 special events permit. I retired from Budweiser. Anyway, I've been in town in food and beverage for 43 years, and I'm just asking for permission, and I've got one cherry. Boys and Girls Club of America, and we've got a perfect spot for it. Right across from the Elks, there's a big empty building, and I want to put all proceeds to that building. Yeah, dude, I'm emotional because I love this town. I moved here, there's 7,000 people. And it's getting disrespected by they're swimming across the river down there in Parker. But anyway, that's a joke, folks. But I'm requesting that I'm Uncle Bob, okay? Now, all I can say is my great Dub's grandson's my great uncle or nephew or something. But anyway, I've got nieces and nephews all over this town, and we need a boys and girls club. Thank you. One more thing. Don't let big money build a pot store down here where there's the Eagles, the Elks. Eagles. There's 4 liquor companies. Go by the rules you guys set. Don't let big money control this town. That's what's happening, and it's bull. Thank you. I'm done. I'm a busy man.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so shall I make a proposal to the city? I'm making the request now because I need that park to make some money. I'd like to have the big grass bowl and you know, the thing that's out at Calvary Baptist in the grass knoll, I want it.
Yeah, sure. We'll get you some. So the parade is going to be on October 30th. Mr. Knutson, I don't know if you want Mr. Kozlowski or yourself to reach out.
I want it November 28th, 29th, 30th. 3 days. We'll be selling beer, and hopefully I can get tight butt, excuse my language. That would be Chip Rowan. They're bringing Clydesdale.
All right. Well, we're going to get you the city manager's card, and we'll work out the details for you. All right. Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council during call to the public? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the call to the public. And we also did not receive any written comment for call to the public. So we'll close the written public call to public as well. Moving on to the consent agenda, item 6. Would any council members like to remove any items for separate discussion?
Mayor,
Yeah, Vice Mayor Koch?
motion.
Yes.
I move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Koch and a second from Councilmember Lane. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Got my stick, folks. I need this to not fall.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, item 7, correspondence, communications, petitions, announcements, and the city manager report. Item 7.1 is announced vacancies on the Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. Ms. Williams?
Mayor and City Council, there are various openings in the boards, committees, and commissions. The following is a listing of those vacancies. Airport Advisory Board, 1 pilot member, 1 non-pilot member, and 1 alternate pilot member. Board of Adjustment, 1 regular member. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, 3 regular members, 1 student member. Planning and Zoning Commission, 3 regular members. And the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System, 1 regular member. Applicants can pick up a packet at City Hall, and they are also available on the city's website at www.lhcaz.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.2 is the city manager's report. Mr. Knutson?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mayor, you issued a proclamation recognizing National Police Week in honor of the officers of Lake Havasu City Police Department that play an important role in the safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens in our community. In the picture from left to right is Officer Robert Hortzmeyer, Sergeant Tom Gray, Lieutenant Chad Williams, Chief Dan Doyle, Mayor Cal Sheehy, Captain Doug Whitaker, and Officer Bradley McFarland. The Lake Havasu City Department was founded in July of 1979 and has grown to become a leader in police services in the state of Arizona. We are very proud of the men and women who serve this community and protect us from those that need protected from. Our Public Works employees celebrated Public Works Week last week with an appreciation for our employees that included a barbecue. This year's theme, Stronger Together, challenges both workers and citizens to think about the role they play in creating a great place to live. and how working together can magnify the impact that they can have on our community. Councilmember Lane presented the proclamation on behalf of the city. There's a special thanks I'd like to give to Greg Crossley and his chaos coordinators, who are Jeanette Buckley, Shannon Blakey, and Carissa Ochoa, for the fun event and that they hosted and coordinated for the department and our employees. We appreciate the hard work of these men and women and for the response to our infrastructure needs 24/7, 365 days a year, and the many other programs they oversee that are vitally important to the health, safety, and comfort of this community. Mayor, you proclaimed EMS Week to raise public awareness about critical role of EMS in our community and presented that proclamation to Chief Pete Plothis to accept on behalf of the Lake Havasu City Fire Department and our paramedics for their service to our residents and the visitors of Lake Havasu City. Last week on May 20th, the Lake Havasu City Fire Department held a badge pinning ceremony at Fire Station 2 to honor firefighters Samuel Grousmick, Chase Trevitt, Troy Mosley, Daniel Clark, and Kyle Toronis for officially becoming part of the city and the Lake Havasu City Fire Department family. The badge pinning ceremony was attended by a small group of people, including myself, Mayor Cal Sheehy, Judge Clawley, Councilmembers David Lane and his wife, as well as Councilmember Nancy Campbell and Councilmember Cameron Moses. We also had additional city and fire department staff that attended, and of course, the families of those being honored. After Judge Clawley swore everyone in, badges were pinned on them by their loved ones. Chief Plothis and his command staff did a wonderful job with the ceremony. I'd like to congratulate each firefighter and wish them all the best of luck as they continue learning, achieving, and rising to the challenges in their career with Lake Havasu City. The American Legion held a golf tournament fundraiser and presented a check to various organizations in the community, including one in the amount of $4,000 to the Lake Havasu City Parks and Recreation Department. Mayor Xi, you and Janice Brown accepted the donation on behalf of the city, and I'd like to thank the American Legion for their generosity. And finally, with the information that's provided by the Mojave County Public Health Department, we have 30 new cases since my last report, which was 2 weeks ago, and currently there are 18 active cases of COVID in Lake Havasu City. And with that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 8, public hearings. Item 8.1 is approved notice of intent to implement fees for transit services. Ms. Olson.
Thank you. Good evening. This item is to notify the public of the city's intent to implement fees for transit services. There have been presentations on transit services. These fees will cover those programs that were talked about during that presentation. I do know that staff conducted a market study to get an idea of what some similar programs fees were in order to set our fees at something reasonable. So this is the public hearing to provide that intent. The rates would become effective July 1st, and the individual rates are in your packet for more discussion if needed. And also Patrick is here this evening if you have any technical or more detailed questions.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Olson or Mr. Cypress? Yeah, so if we can just go over the fares real quick, they're really small. So we're talking a fare for the fixed route at $1.50, paratransit at $3, microtransit at $3, and then there are some reduced rates for seniors, disabled Medicare card holders, students, and youth. So very, very small fees, but we have to have this public hearing to notify the public of this intent. If there are no questions of council, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And we also did not receive any written comment on this item. Bring it back to council for additional discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, motion.
Yes, Councilmember Lane.
I move to approve the notice of intent to implement transit fees that will be incorporated into the citywide fee schedule on July 1st, 2021 in compliance with Lake Havasu City Code Section 3.20.040. Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Lane and a second from Councilmember Dolan. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 8.2 is approved professional services agreement with Clifton, Larson, Allen LLP for external auditing services. Ms. Olson.
Thank you again. This item is to have a contract for external auditing services. Each year, the city is audited by an independent CPA firm who specializes in public sector and governmental accounting. We did find a cooperative agreement that I believe, are using for this. This would approve a 5-year agreement, and the fees are included. One thing that the auditors also do as we go through the process of an audit, as we prepare our annual comprehensive financial report, we typically submit that to the Government Finance Officers Association, and for review to make sure that we're meeting all of the standards in public sector accounting, and we receive that award on an annual basis. And this audit is occurring about that same time that we're preparing that document for the GFOA. So this company is one of the top companies in the state of Nevada that does these types of audits specific to public sector and governmental accounting. So, and with that, I'll answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Olson? All right. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the City Council on this matter?
My name is David Diaz, and my question would be the length, the 5 years. Why not 3 years? Unless you have some good clawback or out clause language in it. 5 years seems a little lengthy to me. That's my only question.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, Ms. Olson, would you like to address that?
5 years is very typical in the government sector. The amount of time and investment that an auditing firm puts into the initial audit, they're preparing all of their permanent records that they have to gather in order to conduct the audits each year on the actual transactions that occur after that. There's a big investment on the part of that accounting firm. And if we had to, we're just trying to minimize the efficiencies related to the audit so that we're not starting at the beginning, helping the auditors prepare their permanent records and build up that record for the future, the following 4 years of items. So it's really more about just trying to be more cost effective in the overall process. We could definitely, certainly look at a lower term if council was interested in that, but 5 seemed reasonable to staff.
Yeah, Ms. Olson, you and I also talked about there are not very many of these firms that understand government accounting. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
That's true. It is kind of a special area, the way that we have government accounting, which means that we have multiple funds, and those funds all have varying definitions and purposes. There are very specific transactions that can occur within each of these funds. And it's important that we have an auditor that's familiar with how the fund accounting works and is also familiar with the state statutes that are very specific to governmental or municipal finance. And this company has that experience.
Yeah, great. And the action here in front of us is that we're authorizing staff for a 5-year term, but staff can always look at other alternatives that may come available that are less expensive. And then if it meets that threshold, bring it back to council if necessary. So
yes, there are clauses that would allow us to terminate early if we needed to.
Yeah. Excellent.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember
A question for Jill, please. Maybe you covered this and maybe I missed it, but I'm looking at the fee schedule and there's a $4,500 on year 1 and a $4,700 in year 4 for the Lake Havasu City Municipal Court. What is that in regards to?
The statutes require, state law requires that every 3 years we have a special specific audit on the court records. So the auditors do a more detailed audit specific to the court records and the financial transactions, making sure that they're meeting the requirements that they have under state law as well, related specifically to courts.
And that's required every 3 years?
Yes.
And then the 5% technology fee?
That was new. It was not on our last agreement, but we are seeing this technology fee more and more in the public sector. We're familiar with it. This is the first time I've seen it on an auditing contract, but it makes sense. I've seen it regularly in cities on their building and planning permit. It allows them a revenue source to maintain the technology that's required for the building permit issuance and the planning review and the submission of plans electronically, all of the electronic kind of specialties that we want to make sure that we have available so that we can provide the best customer service.
Okay.
All right, this still is a public hearing. Would anyone else like to address the council on this matter? All right, we'll go ahead and close the in-person call to the public, and we also did not receive any written comment on this item. So we'll bring it back to council for any additional questions, discussion, or possible motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Motion?
Yeah, Councilmember Dolan?
I move to approve the professional services agreement for external auditing services with Clifton, Larson, Allen, LLP for a term of 5 years.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Dolan and a second from Councilmember Moses. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, item 8.3 is introduce ordinance number 21-1255, amending City Code Chapter 12.08, building codes to adopt designated updated editions of published building codes, declaring as a public record the local amendments to the published building codes, and adopting the local amendments by reference, including the 2018 International Building Code, 2018 International Residential Code, 2018 International Mechanical Code, 2018 International Fuel Gas Code, 2018 International Plumbing Code, 2017 National Electric Code, 2018 International Property Maintenance Code, 2018 International Existing Building Code, and 2018 International Building Code Implementation Standards. Mr. Tuneman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I will be introducing the 2018 Building Code Adoption and Local Amendments. Building codes equals safety. Codes are established to protect our community and create minimum standards for safety and public health. New codes also reflect safer code practices and new technology. Code amendments are needed to address unique local conditions and to deal with construction problems based upon city staff's expertise and experience. The International Code Council, also known as ICC, publishes new building codes on a 3-year cycle. Lake Havasu City is currently enforcing the 2012 building codes, which were adopted in 2015. It is standard practice for cities and towns to adopt current building codes on a 6-year cycle. We are proposing, sorry about that. Keep going. We are proposing to adopt the 2018 codes. You will notice the National Electrical Code is year 2017. This code is published by NFPA, and their 3-year code cycle is 1 year off from ICC's code cycle. New codes keep Havasu safe. New codes ensure construction in Lake Havasu City is safe and utilizes up-to-date technology and construction methods. The Tri-City area, Phoenix metropolitan area, and the Arizona Department of Housing have all adopted the 2018 building codes. Adopting the 2018 codes will align Lake Havasu City with the majority of Arizona, so local contractors, developers, and designers are able to work in multiple jurisdictions without confusion and conflict. The Insurance Service Office, also known as ISO, recommends that we adopt the most current building codes. Lake Havasu City recently went through an audit with ISO, and if we do not adopt the 2018 codes, our insurance classifications will go from a 3 to a 9, with 1 being the best and 10 being the worst. The code adoption process started with a detailed review by staff. Lake Havasu City's current amendments were then updated to align with the proposed codes. Lake Havasu City reached out to the community, contractors, engineers, developers, and designers for input on the proposed code adoption and local amendments via the city's website and email notification. We did not receive any comments. There are no major changes that will adversely affect the development community. Lake Havasu City plans to implement the new codes slowly. We will allow the 2012 codes to be submitted up to 90 days from the effective date. We currently have about 30 standard plans that will need to be updated within 1 year of the effective date. We will not require the entire plan set to be updated, just the affected sheets. Effective communication will continue with the development community. Lake Havasu City has prepared an informational document that lists new changes that are developer friendly. Lastly, the building division staff will be properly trained to help support a seamless transition. Staff recommends adoption at the next council meeting with an effective date of September 1st, 2021. That concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Tuneman, from council? Councilmember Dolan?
I believe he said it, and just to clarify for the community out there, is we can always make changes with code adopt amendments in the future, right? If we do find something that's pertinent to Havasu and it works around something specific to Havasu, we can always fix that at a later date.
That is
So
correct.
it's not a one size fits all. We can make adjustments as needed. So thanks.
Yeah, Councilmember Moses?
Yeah, thank you. Just because this was one of the first questions I had, and I'd like to make it kind of public knowledge. 2018 is the absolute most up-to-date code we can adopt, correct?
There currently is a 2021 edition that is out because, like I stated, there aren't a 3-year code cycle. It's traditional to go every 6 years. The 2021, it's not the ideal situation to be on the front end of the 2021. You kind of let other people, let other people kind of work the kinks out, if you want to call it that. And we're trying to align ourselves with the Phoenix metropolitan area, the Tri-City area, and they're all on the 18 code as well. So we would anticipate to skip the 2021 and go to the 2024 in the future.
Okay, thank you. And a follow-up question. So by adopting this, we're going to stay at the 3 rating for our insurance. Is there a monetary value to going from a 3 to a 9, and would we, if we adopted the 2021, would we be saving money because we get a higher rating?
We do not get a higher rating because our code, I believe they say if you're within an 8-year of the date of the survey, your code is within that time frame, then you're fine. So we would not get a better rating with the 2021 code. But yes, if the classification does go from a 3 to a 9, it could ultimately affect homeowners insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions before we open the public hearing? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Gregory Logan. I'd just like to ask one question. Are these codes proprietary by a publisher? In other words, as a citizen, can I go in and get the actual code if I want to build a project?
Yes, the code is online for free.
All of it.
All of the codes, correct.
That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other comments or questions? All right, we'll go ahead and close the in-person call to the public. Bring it back to council. We also did not receive any public comments. Mr. Tuneman, thank you so much for reaching out to the building community and those folks to get their feedback. Again, bringing continuity to the region will help assist those that are in the building trades to be able to work with one set of codes and code plans. So thank you for making that happen. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilmember Moses?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, please.
I move to introduce ordinance number 21-1255, amending City Code Chapter 12.08, building codes to adopt designated updates editions of published building codes, declaring as a public record the local amendments to the published building codes and adopting the local amendments by reference.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Moses and a second from Vice Mayor Koch. Is there any further discussion? All right, we are ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 8.4 is introduce ordinance number 21-1256, amending Lake Havasu City Code Chapter 12.12 International Fire Code to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Fire Code, declaring as a public record the local amendments to the International Fire Code and adopting the local amendments by reference. Division Chief Hartman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This evening, we're here to present the 2018 International Fire Code. This is a companion document to the other I-codes that were just introduced by Mr. Tuneman. As he outlined, basically as a companion document, all of the things that he mentioned follow suit with this. I did bring a couple examples of some changes in the new code cycle. One of the things we always look at when we move to a new code is what's changing and how that's going to affect the community. Much like Mr. Tuneman said, there's nothing in this new code adoption that's going to negatively impact the existing businesses or the new businesses to come. One of the reasons for that is back in 1994, the city adopted a fire sprinkler ordinance that mandated certain buildings have fire sprinklers installed. Because of that forward thinking almost 30 years ago, now any building since then has fire sprinklers in it. So several of the changes that come in the 2018 code mandate sprinklers or change the requirements for those sprinklers. Because of the fact that we have an ordinance in existence, we are already sprinkling those buildings. So I did want to highlight a couple examples of some changes that are in the code, just in case you had some questions. So on the first slide here, energy systems. This is a new addition to the code. It hasn't been in the code before. We're seeing more and more batteries, not only in automobiles, but on-site battery storage facilities. We currently don't have one of those in town, but this is a new section in the code that would address that. If, for example, someone wanted to come and put a building together that would offer that, these are the outlines that they would have to follow. The next section is really a modification to outdoor events. This change highlights some of the requirements for people that want to put on outdoor events. This is a kind of a timely change for us. As you know, the city is in the process of revamping our special event requirements. This will be folded into that policy. So this is another addition. Little timely because we recently put together a new policy at the fire department on food trucks and the requirements to operate them safely. We knew that this adoption was coming up. So when we made those changes, we actually incorporated this chapter into that policy already. So that's already been taken care of. That's it. Okay. Very good. One of the things that I had discussed previously in one of our meetings is there's a change in the code for existing buildings to require fire sprinklers. It's for A2 occupancies that serve alcohol that seat more than 300 people. We're in a fortunate position because of that ordinance from 1994. Our facilities that do that already have fire sprinklers. And again, if a new one were to come into town, because of the ordinance, they would have to do the sprinklers automatically already. So I would happily answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Division Chief Hartman, of any members of the council? Councilmember Dolan?
I have a question. I'm just concerned. I know recently we've started doing more inspections over the last so many years, and I know other businesses have had gone through the inspection process, which in many ways was good. You know, we didn't realize our exit lights were out and how to test them and how to replace the batteries and, you know, certain things. But we also felt that we were going through the book looking for little, you know, your fuel pumps need to be labeled that they're flammable. or there has to be a sticker on a door that says something specific, or, a fire lane has to be labeled fire lane, even though it's red. So I guess my concern is does this create a bunch of new rules that are going to go out and affect the businesses that we came in compliance? I believe we maybe came in over compliance on some of these issues. I guess that's my current concern is the building code and all that. We're not asking all these homes to come in and retrofit and do all these different things, but we're kind of expecting a lot from the businesses. So I guess that's just my concern is what we're expecting from the businesses.
That's an excellent question.
As we go forward.
I think with this adoption of the new code, I don't expect there to be any changes as far as an inspection done yesterday to one done when the code is adopted. One of the differences between the building code and the fire code is the fire code is a code on existing buildings. The building code is designed to construct the building, and once it's built, unless you modify or change the building, it's satisfied. The fire code looks at that a little differently, is it looks at existing conditions. Even a building that's been constructed, it goes back and verifies that is still a safe structure for people to occupy.
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Moses?
Yeah, I'd like to echo Jim's sentiment. In my experience, anytime the fire department has gotten new codes or excited about new rules, it's been very expensive for the businesses. And also, I'd really like to hear more about this. Our events gathering. You can you delve into some of those more a little deeper as far as what is required of our events? Because that, if some of the things I've seen or heard could be real killers for some of these events that our city kind of relies on.
Sure. What it talks about specifically is safety things, fire department access, clearance for fire hydrants, ability to safely evacuate someone from a surrounding should there be an incident. That's really the things that we're looking at. One of them is accessibility. If we have an event, for example, on McCulloch, can we safely get into that event? Should someone get injured? Can we get a fire truck or an ambulance close enough to remove those people from there? So it's designed to kind of outline that and put that into better perspective. For example, one of the requirements is if you want to come on McCulloch with a special event, you need to show us a plan of how that lay out so we can see that we have access to perhaps a side street or something that would allow us to gain entry so we could safely remove someone.
Oh, and those are all wonderful things. And I've been through the process, and those are all kind of things I think we've already kind of do. You may be dotting some I's and crossing some T's. Is there something in there where you have to have a certain amount of volunteers per participants or anything like that?
There is a section called crowd managers,
Mm-hmm.
and it talks about depending on the size of the crowd and the type of activity that you have to have someone there to oversee that. So yes, there is a section called crowd managers in there.
Okay. I mean, a lot of these are based on volunteers. This might be, how big of a burden are we putting on these groups, these organizations and their events? So like, let's say Balloon Fest, which is a huge community event with a lot of participants and a lot of moving parts and already stressed on volunteers. How would that affect that event?
It's something that the Balloon Fest historically has had quite a few volunteers, and those volunteers can certainly be trained to serve that function as well. It wouldn't be something in addition to that. It would be something that they could fill that role.
Okay. And an event like Desert Storm?
Desert Storm, it depends on how they lay it out and how many people they have. For example, Desert Storms on McCulloch, they may be required to bring in another couple people depending on what the crowd numbers are.
Just a couple people?
It depends on the crowd. The thing says a minimum up to 1,000 people, and then it goes up from there with numbers of 250 per person.
250 per person. Okay. Do we know how many people were in attendance for Desert Storm?
I do not.
Okay. This worries me a little bit.
Yeah, so like the building codes, is there opportunities for amendments that we don't adopt to certain sections?
There is. There's opportunities to go back and make changes. See something that perhaps concerns us or we're not comfortable with, we can go back and modify that so it suits our needs.
Okay. And what happens similar to on the building side, if we didn't do it, it was going to impact the ISO or the insurance rating. If we don't do anything here, what does it do?
That's up to us to make that change. Unlike the building department issue where they get hit with the ISO change, we don't have that same impact. That's something that we could look at and make a change. We would not be impacted, other than the fact that we are approving something that's below the minimum standard of the code.
Okay, and then the special events, we've talked about that. Is that going to come before council, or is that an internal process?
That's an internal thing that we're working on right now.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Yes, Mr. Knutson.
There will be the changes that'll take place, the special event ordinance that'll come before council, and then there'll be a policy on the staff side to make sure that we have a process in place on how those applications are handled, as well as an update to the special event application process.
So there will be an ordinance that will come before us. So we'll have some involvement in that process.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I would be concerned of adopting this now with saying that we're addressing it through this special event process, and then it never comes back to council for accountability on that front. So, all right, Councilmember Campbell.
Mayor, question. I'm also concerned about the event portion because word on the street was that this last Desert Storm, we had 25,000 people. That could include another 100 volunteers, and that might have started at noon in the day, all the go to 10 o'clock at night. I have a hard time believing that we're going to be able to govern or control these kind of numbers. Do you have 100 people sitting there and there's 10 people walking down the street? I mean, that is really concerning for me. And I do believe that even like the rodeo grounds, we have all the emergency services there. If you were to ask us from one day to the next, how many people are going to show up that day? A lot of people buy 3-day passes. So one day they're there, the next day they're not. So does that mean we're going to be sitting on, I can't even remember the numbers that the rodeo got last session, but pretty darn big to just try and accommodate this, and how much of your staff is going to be out there, counting the heads that are on the road. So again, most of the updates, I can understand the policies in place. I can understand offering the information to the community, but on another hand, this seems really hard to govern and regulate. It's almost impossible to find out who's going to show up at an event. And I've thrown a lot of events, and it's pretty crazy that when I sell tickets, it's usually the day of events. 99% of the time, you have 0 people buying a week or 2 ahead of time, and then you have the place full an hour before. So really hard to do. But thank you.
Yeah, did you want to address any of those comments?
I was just going to say that's something that if you have the power to direct to go back and look at that, we could revise that and resubmit it as well.
Okay. Councilmember Dolan?
Mr. Mayor, just a couple questions. Do we have the jurisdiction over Windsor State Park that the events are in there? I know in the past we've had some issues because it's the state land and it's state park.
It is
state land. Would this also apply to them as well?
It does. We have an agreement with the state that we have oversight over that.
Okay. And then the levels of volunteers, I think when I was talking with the city manager, did we say that that number, it's a calculation based on 250 people per person, isn't also can be adjusted by the chief or somebody else in the application process? They can lower that required number in the application?
We would have to modify that language to give us the ability to do that.
Okay, so it's not in there right now. Okay. And then, so this is the introducing the ordinance. So we could give staff direction to go back and look into that and make changes to that prior to final adoption, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Do you want to address that?
If we want to.
Yes, I was just going to say, yes, you can. We can go back and address that. And that could be amended with a simple caveat to the end of it, or as directed by the fire chief. Something is that language is in the code. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would support that. I would need some support on the council. I agree with my colleagues on the council that every time a fire code updates, it's tens of thousands of dollars to businesses as they go through. I trust obviously through your presentation this evening that that's not going to be an issue based on some of these, but are we confident that there aren't any existing buildings that were built before 1994 when the ordinance for sprinklers went into effect that have A2 occupancies that would be impacted by this code change as well?
Yes, correct. To the best of my knowledge, there's no buildings that are going to be impacted that meet the size requirement that have that many people.
Okay. So that's the best of your knowledge. What if there is one that comes? How do we deal with that?
That could be addressed at that time with that building. We have the flexibility of setting timelines as far as compliance goes to allow them time to make those adjustments.
Okay. yes, those are costly. I mean, those are hundreds of thousands of
Yes, and
dollars.
certainly I understand that, Mr. Mayor, and it's never the intent of the code to cost businesses money. It's simply to make them safer for themselves and their occupants. So
sure. Yeah, Mr. Tuneman.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We have the ability, if we did run across something like that, we have the ability to set the maximum occupant load for a building. So say we did get to a building that had 350 occupants, we could, if they had a dance floor per se, we could say, hey, let's do tables and chairs instead of the dance floor in this area to lower your occupant load below that 300 threshold mark, so we could not have to require those fire sprinklers. So us as staff, Scott and I, the building official, fire marshal, we have done that in the past to existing restaurants that want to go into existing buildings, and that threshold is 99 to require fire sprinklers. So for a change of use, so we have worked with designers and whatnot to try and help the community out in that manner.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, obviously, public safety and the health and welfare of our citizens and visitors is paramount. So I don't want the conversation to appear that we don't want to do that, but there has to be this balance of
completely understand. Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect.
That's the goal.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, and I could just since three of us have said that as business owners up here, makes it sound like we're not concerned with public safety. I mean, you'd see the list and, the first 3 or 4 things make sense. And then you start going down and it's a little OSHA-like, it's very detailed. And like I said, you need a sticker on this and a sticker on that. And it's just, that's the concern we have. We definitely want to stay at the level of safety and make sure we have fire, extinguishers and all the normal stuff. But like I said, it does get very detailed. And I think the average person would even look at it and be like, well, that's ridiculous. What do you need that for? So that's our concern, is putting that undue pressure on the business owners. So.
Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell.
Another statement to that. One of my mottos when I got onto city council is to give proper direction to the staff, that there's not a whole lot of human factor that you're talking about, because then the staff is set to pick winners and losers. And then at the end, they're all in our council chamber letting us know, why did they get to do that and why didn't we get to do that? So I would really like for us again to take the time to look at those certain situations. We in front of us, I didn't get all of it. I'd like to kind of cipher through it or sit down with you guys so that we can really, really not pick winners and losers out in the field, because I've been that person. Like you were saying, my husband got a $20,000 fine because he didn't have how to buckle your seatbelt on a loader. But the mine down the street, nobody has any signs. So I would rather have a clean cut protocol that check your boxes kind of policies put in place. And I know that's hard because we were talking about it, but I guess we need to go towards more of the minimum standards, because I don't know how else you're going to govern this. And you're starting out already picking winners and losers, and I don't want to do that.
Councilmember Campbell.
I think I too would like to see something a little cleaner, a little more direction that you've received today, and then let's adopt that. So I would like to not adopt this today and see a little bit cleaner version come back to us. Is that potentially on the table?
Yeah, Mr. Knutson.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I can. First of all, one quick correction in terms of the special events that take place on the Windsor State Park and at State Park. The same procedures don't apply with regards to certain fire inspections that take place. Tent inspections, those types of things, that those are required, but it is a separate process because that does occur. They don't have to go through our special event application process, but they do have to adhere to some of those fire inspections. One option, if I can, Councilmember Moses, is tonight is the introduction of the ordinance. Staff is listening intently in terms of the direction. I think I have a really solid idea of where council wants to go based on the conversations we've had. We need some clarity. We need to make sure that we're taking into account customer service and the impacts it's going to have both on our special events as well as our local businesses. Specifically with the A2 and the 300 occupancy, if there is a business out there, we need to make sure that we have a plan in place to how to handle that. That's not going to put a business out of business. And then specifically with the crowd managers for the special events, we can take a look at that and get a better idea of pinning that down and having more of a black and white approach. And So if that's the direction of council, that's an option. We can immediately start working on that and present that at the next council meeting if that's to your benefit.
So we can approve the intent today, but the final details will be on the subsequent meetings.
Yeah, so we have, when the council adopts ordinances, we have basically a 30-day waiting period, or excuse me, it's a second reading that's required. Okay. So tonight is just the introduction of the ordinance to have this conversation we're having tonight, and council won't take any action on the adoption of the ordinance until the next meeting.
All right, thank you, Jess.
Any other questions or comments of council before we open the public hearing? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter?
My name's Don Wisdom. Sitting there and thinking about having volunteers, would there be a chance that we could have volunteers that's been trained and people who need volunteers, they can call up, I need 20, and we'd have names that we could give to them that people's already trained.
Yeah, great comment. Yeah, the Balloon Festival has kind of created a database of volunteers, and possibly that's a good option depending on what staff brings back to us for the second read of this ordinance. So thank you. Any other comments or questions during calls to the public? Seeing none, we'll close the in-person call to the public, and we also did not receive any written comment on this item. Bring it back to council for further discussion or possible motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Dolan.
Motion?
Yes.
I move to introduce ordinance number 21-1256, amending Lake Havasu City Code Chapter 12.12 International Fire Code to adopt the 2018 edition of the International Fire Code, declaring as a public record the local amendments to the published International Fire Code and adopting the local amendments by reference.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Dolan and a second from Councilmember Lane. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on to item 8.5 is approve the city magistrate employment contract with Mitchell Clawley. Ms. Rula.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item that you have before you is the employment contract with Mitchell Clawley, who is our current city magistrate and has been serving the citizens of Lake Havasu City since April of 2011. Mr. Clawley did have a favorable evaluation from the City Council, and the city wishes to continue the employment of Judge Clawley as our city magistrate. The contract and employment agreement would commence on June 26, 2021, and would continue in effect until June 30th of 2023. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Arula from any members of the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember
Just want to
Dolan.
make a comment for this and other issues coming up. I'm very proud of what the city did with the positional analysis, bringing our employees to the level they need to be at, and especially the situation we're in right now in the economy. It is really hard to find people, and I'm glad we took care of our people when we did, and we still have the staffing that we have. Whether we choose to keep somebody or not is one issue, but the level that we pay them, we have to look at replacing them at that level too. And like I said, I think the city having 400 plus employees, I'm very proud of what we were finally able to accomplish and get everyone to that level. And I think that was also our intent with these contracts as well, is to get all three of these staff members to the level that we feel they should be at. It is hard to compare apples to oranges, especially when looking at different cities, but I think I can say I feel comfortable and I can sleep at night knowing we did what we did based on the data we had, and to keep the people in the positions that we need to keep them in. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Campbell?
Yes, I would like to also say with that, and I know that the first year across the board, there were some pretty hefty percentages increases of salaries that I'm sure will shock almost anybody when you look at those numbers, some not so much, and some up to that 28%. That does seem extremely high. But what's going to happen moving forward, as we all know, that will be adjusted a lot less percentages moving forward. So just to clarify a little bit out there that yes, we're not going to be upping salaries 28% every year after year moving forward. And I too agree that it's been a pretty crazy few years, and I support our staff entirely, and I look forward to being a part of the process and helping them through it.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Lane.
Thank you. One other point that I'd like to bring up as well, without getting into information that was discussed during executive session, when we talked about the positional analysis and the fact that our employees were being paid well below market value, that was all employees, from the new hires all the way through to the people who have been here for 30 years. And these three employees that we're going to be discussing here, and I'll just discuss, for all three of them. All three of them had told us at the time for the last 3 years, no pay raise for me, not until my people are taken care of by this positional analysis. So for the last 3 years, these employees have not had not even a cost of living increase. The employees got cost of living increases over those years, but these employees did not. So that's another reason that it may look like it's a larger jump. But that's because they forego any pay raises until their personnel were taken care of. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so just to give a little bit of historical information on what a positional analysis even really is. So the city embarked on this process, about 3 years ago, where we identified that we were really having a hard time recruiting applicants across the entire city. So wastewater, water, public works, police, fire, admin. I mean, it was just really across all of them. And it really came down to salary. And so there was a lot of pressure at that time to fix it piecemeal. Let's take care of this department, let's take care of that department. But through the city manager's office and city staff and council, we decided let's take a look at the entire system and what that looks like. And so the first process was identifying 10 comparable cities. And how do you do that? We basically looked at 10 comparable cities in the state of Arizona that offer similar services to its residents. So not every city offers fire. Some cities have a fire district. Not every city has an airport. And so we had to take a look and put similar populations, similar city services together. Those were then identified. And the rates through the positional analysis were identified for every single position in the city, and basically taking the median to ensure that we were paying our staff, which was the goal of our council direction that we gave to staff at the median rate, which was a fair and equitable rate. That's how that was determined. We implemented that for city staff in October of 2020. And now we have the three positions that report directly to the city council that, as Councilmember Lane mentioned, forewent increases over the last 3 years. And so if we were to have to replace these positions and bring new people in, the cost of recruitment, the cost of just change, without having that continuity, and also the new salary, because, these folks that we're talking about tonight could all go to another city, even if it was just our 10 comparables, and make more. So we didn't quite achieve the goal with these three positions of making sure that everyone was at median, but nonetheless, council believed it was fair. So that's not specific to just Judge Clawley, but that's specific to this item and the next two items, kind of the historical perspective of where we went, because we use the word positional analysis, but it's not every day that we all use that. So I'm a private sector person, and the first time I ever heard of a positional analysis is when I came into this environment. So but that was basically where we went in the direction. So thank you, Mr. Rula, for all of your efforts to ensure we got our staff taken care of in October in a quick order. And now we're here to address the three positions that report to us. So any other questions or comments from members of the council before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Moses?
Since everybody else is making a comment, I looked at this like a business decision, and basically this is our job, is to hire or fire these three employees and put together our leadership team to direct the city. And I have full faith in these three moving forward, and getting them to an equitable place as far as compensation has been important to the city for all of our employees moving forward. So I felt comfortable going where we did. And then also looking at the replacement costs and all that stuff that would inevitably end up costing the city more money down the road. But bottom line, I think this is the smart business move for our city moving forward. This makes the most sense, and I believe in the leadership we have. So for now, until we get somewhere else. But I appreciate everyone's time on this, and thank you for everyone's comments. And I would like to point out, I know the 28% was a huge number. It's a hard one for me to grasp too. But these leaders have not been taking a pay raise for the last 3 years. So 28% sure gets a lot smaller if they had been taking those pay raises like most other city employees have been taking. So it was a tough one, but I believe in this team.
Councilmember Lane.
Thank you. Just something that popped into my head as I was listening to people talk about replacement of these 3 employees. None of them have said that they were planning on leaving. So I want to make sure that that's clear. All 3 of them have said that this is their home, this is their career, and they plan on staying here. Once again, I don't want to go into what was discussed in executive session, but all 3 of them are dedicated to the city of Lake Havasu, and it wasn't like they said, pay me or we're leaving. That never happened. Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the in-person public hearing. And we did not receive any written comments on this item. Bring it back to council for any additional questions, discussion, or possible motion.
Mayor? I motion to approve the city magistrate employment contract with Mitchell Clawley. Thank you for not making me say the whole name, Mitchell.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Moses, a second from Vice Mayor Koch. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And congratulations, Judge Clawley. All right, moving on to item 8.6 is approved city manager employment contract with Jess Knutson. Ms. Arula.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, you have before you an agenda item to approve the city manager employment contract with Jess Knutson. As a little bit of background, Mr. Knutson has served as our city manager since December of 2017, and he was offered a favorable evaluation earlier this year. The city does wish to continue the employment of Mr. Knutson as our city manager. This contract and employment agreement would commence on June 26th of 2021 and would continue in effect until June 30th of 2023. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
And I really thought we were going to get another council meeting with no positional analysis, but we had to talk about it tonight, and I understand.
Yes. Any questions of Ms. Arula?
Much like I said, because of positional analysis, I think this puts us in a good spot.
Thank you, Councilmember Dolan.
Like we said earlier, that 28% wasn't for all 3 positions. I think it was specifically with Jess's. I think is what I don't know that exact number, but also too, like I said, we did hire him at a introductory price, and he was at that introductory price for quite a while. Also waiting until the study was finished and all the employees were caught up. So I think that's a good thing to point out.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the council? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the in-person call to the public. And we also did not receive any written comments on this item. Bring it back to council for any additional questions, comments, or possible motion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Moses?
I move to approve city manager employment contract with Jess Knutson.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Moses, a second from Councilmember Dolan. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Knutson. All right, moving on to item 8.7, approved city attorney employment contract with Kelly C. Gary. Ms. Arula.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, the item that you have before you is the employment contract with our current city attorney, Kelly Gary.
As some background, Kelly Gary has served as our city attorney since December of 2011. She did receive a favorable evaluation earlier this year, and the city does wish to continue her employment as our city attorney. The contract and employment agreement would commence on June 26th of 2021 and would continue in effect until June 30th, 2023. And I would be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have any questions or comments for Ms. Arula?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say position analysis again. Also, I know how Mrs. Gary loves, constructive criticism. So I'd feel bad if we didn't tell her she did a great job and we talked during everybody else's presentation. So keep up the good work.
All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the in-person call to the public, and there is no written comment on this item. Bring it back to council for any questions, comments, or a possible motion.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor Koch?
motion?
Yes.
I move to approve the city attorney employment contract with Kelly C. Gary.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Koch and a second from Councilmember Moses. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Gary. All right, moving on to item 8.8 is adopt ordinance number 21-1258, amending the zoning classification and district boundary for 1035 Acoma Boulevard South and 2671 Fremont Drive, track 2285, block 1, lot 2B, and parcel D from limited commercial district C1 to general commercial district C2. Mr. Morris.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you. I may need a slight delay here. This monitor's not working. My computer's not up and going right now, so forgive me if I just need a minute. Thank you.
Mr. Morris, if I pull it up on my computer screen, would that work? Steve, would that work? Steve, I do have the PowerPoint on my screen if you like.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go. We have it on our screens.
All right. Thank you for your indulgence there.
Yes.
The subject property here is at the south end of town, in the area of South Acoma and the highway. Actually, it fronts on Fremont Drive, where Fremont Drive crosses Acoma and turns into Maricopa Avenue. There are two lots there. The lots together measure about 1 acre. The applicant actually owns the gas station on the corner. The two subject properties are also owned by the applicant. And across Highway 95 is Sweetwater Avenue. Again, Fremont Drive fronts one of the properties and South Acoma fronts the other property. The zoning for the property is currently C1. The zoning to the west is multiple family residential Southgate, but largely developed with single-family residential uses. There's a bank on the C1 property to the north, and then to the east is a vacant lot, as well as another gas station and other commercial properties going up Maricopa Avenue. Across Highway 95 on Sweetwater, there's commercial zoning, both C2 and then commercial Southgate, with a mix of commercial and vacant lots. The applicant is requesting, if this rezone request is approved for C2, any C2 uses would be allowed in these properties, although the applicant is proposing to use these two properties to expand the gas station use to provide better access for RVs and boats for that gas station. The properties will need to be combined, three into one, if they when they propose to develop the property, and of course go through the appropriate permitting and design review process. The Planning Commission recommended approval for this rezone at their April 21st meeting. That concludes staff's presentation. Open any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Morris from any members of the council? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing no one, we'll close the in-person public hearing, and we have not received any written comments. Again, we're looking at a zoning issue to move this to C2, and it comes to us with a recommendation from Planning and Zoning with approval of 4-1 with staff's recommendation. Any additional questions, comments for members, if any members of the council, or entertain a motion to approve or a motion to on the item?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just to clarify, there wasn't any objections from the neighborhood meetings that they had, right?
Well, there was a neighbor in the area, I believe is the neighbor here on Fremont Court. He's across the alleyway. He was concerned about the impact on that alleyway for any proposed additional use of the property. He also seemed to be concerned about if their structure is going to be built there, whether they tower above. The zoning typically allows 25 feet in height. So there were just some concerns with that. Part of the remedy for that is there is typically a buffer required, landscaping and a solid screening wall between residential and commercial type uses. So when that project is developed and the property is developed, it'll go through the appropriate design review and ensure there's appropriate buffering between the commercial and the residential uses.
Okay. And with a 4-1 vote, was there any specific concern in planning and zoning?
Well, that 4-1 vote is frankly a little bit of a mystery. There was none of the planning commissioners seemed to have any objections to it. The vote was 4-1, and with one abstaining. I'm not sure if that was just a matter of pushing the wrong buttons. I don't know. It was a bit of a mystery to myself, to me
okay.
also. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Morris, are there different buffering requirements on a C1 versus C2, or would there be the same buffering requirements?
Thank you for the question. It's the same buffering requirements.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? All right, we have closed the public hearing. I'd entertain a motion if that's the desire of the council.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Lane.
Motion.
Please.
I move to adopt ordinance number 21-1258, amending the zoning classification and district boundary for 1035 Acoma Boulevard South and 2671 Fremont Drive, tract 2285, block 1, lot 2B and parcel D, from limited commercial district C1 to general commercial district C2.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Lane and a second from Vice Mayor Koch. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, item 8.9 is adopt ordinance number 21-1257, approving a planned development rezone of 200 London Bridge Road, tract 2183, block 6, lot 1, from limited commercial district C1 to general commercial plan development district C2 PD to allow exceptions from code section 14.03.03.C.17.B. Point B 3 and 4, separation of 500 feet from a public park, playground, or recreational facility, and an establishment having an Arizona Spiritus liquor license for a proposed marijuana establishment. Mr. Morris.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you. This subject property is about 68 feet by 100 feet deep, 6,800 square feet overall. It's located at the northeast corner of Paseo del Sol and London Bridge Road, outlined here in red. In the immediate area, there's a city-owned parking lot, shared parking on to the east here. The swap meet parking lot is to the south. And then the Windsor 4 events parking, the city-owned parking lot is to the west. As far as development in the area, to the east and south is some commercial development as well as some vacant lots. To the north is Hampton Inn. Go on to the zoning. The zoning for the property is, of course, C1. They're asking to be rezoned to C2 with a planned development to allow exceptions from the development code that deal with distances for marijuana establishment. The surrounding zoning on that side of London Bridge Road is zone C1. On the other side of London Bridge Road West is zone C2. Of course, the park itself, the Lake Havasu State Park, is zone AP, Agricultural Preserve. Now, there's really kind of two parts of this request. The first part is some separation. It deals with separation requirements for marijuana establishment. As the council recently approved marijuana establishments, we basically had the same standards as for medical marijuana, and those include separation from certain types of uses. So outlined here are the different separation requirements. Those in red are what they're asking for exceptions from. So the 1,000 feet is from another marijuana establishment, testing facility, or business, or for a school or daycare center. They meet those requirements. The 500 feet radius is from a religious facility, the boundary of a residential zoning district or residential use. They meet those requirements. The two they don't meet are the public park, playground, or recreation facility, or an establishment having a liquor license. So those are the two they're asking for the exception from. Now, as far as the park recreation area, that exception, to look at that a little bit, that park recreation facility, the state park, is located about 300 feet from the property to the west. Access to that park is limited to special events, and a fence surrounds the boundary of the state park in that area. As far as the liquor license exceptions, there are 3 properties within 500 feet that have a liquor license. Going from the closest is Knights of Columbus. That's about 150 feet to the south. The Hampton Inn is about 275 feet to the northwest, and the American Legion is about 400 feet to the southeast. Now, these are all businesses that have liquor license, but they're not really typical bars or restaurants that are open to the general public. So there are none of those that are open to the general public within 500 feet of the property. I'll go to a little map that shows these a little better. So obviously Lake Havasu State Park is across from the city parking lot here. These city parking lots for Windsor 4 events. That's within the 500-foot radius. The Hampton Inn up here to the northwest is within that 500-foot radius, and American Legion down here to the southeast, and the Knights of Columbus to the south. Those are all within that 500-foot radius. The second part of this request really deals with a development plan. The development plan was submitted as part of this plan development request. It's a site plan. Here is the site plan that was submitted with the request. I believe the applicant may want to elaborate on this. I think they have a slight change to this that they may want to present later, but this is the layout at this point. Here's the city-owned parking lot, part of a parking in common for that area. London Bridge Road is here. Paseo del Sol is to the south. The building is established here on the lot with a drive-through that goes to the north side, circles around the property, and exits onto Paseo del Sol. Now, please keep in mind that this is a conceptual drawing at this point. It is something that is presented with this item. It has not gone through design review, the permitting process, so it may change a little bit, but it should, if this item is approved contingent upon this development plan, the development would need to substantially meet this requirement or have to come back to the city council for an amendment. They also provided some building renderings. This is the view from Paseo del Sol here, looking toward the property on London Bridge Road, and the state park would be over this direction. It's a 2-story building. Again, the drive-through would start in the city parking lot area, circle around the building, and exit onto Paseo del Sol. My understanding is the marijuana business would be on the ground floor. There may be additional building uses on the ground floor. The upper floor would be for other commercial uses, retail, office, that sort of thing. One other view looking at the property, again, here is London Bridge Road and Paseo del Sol's on the right. They're proposing the 2-story, a balcony out here with, again, commercial uses on the top and the marijuana business use on the bottom. That development plan, if this request is approved, the property is required to substantially meet that development plan. So upon approval, the property will be allowed all the uses within the C2 district, but really it's going to be limited to by the development plan as part of this request. And if there's any significant changes to the approved development plan, it will require the item come back to the city council for an amendment to the plan development based on that approved development plan. An interesting thing, the Planning Commission vote on this was 3-3. There are only 6 Planning Commission members at the meeting. It's the first time we've seen a tie in a long time. So this comes to the council with a recommendation, without a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. That concludes staff's presentation. Open any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Are there any questions of Mr. Morris from members of the council at this time? So the applicant, I believe, is here. Does the applicant want to make a statement or a presentation? Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Michael Gordon with Desert Land Group here tonight, representing the owner of the property, who is in the room tonight as well. I think Luke did a great job of presenting kind of the overall site and the case that we're looking at here tonight. I just wanted to elaborate on a couple of things and add to that, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have or respond to any public comment or question as well. First of all, tonight we're talking about a zoning case. I know there's questions and concerns over the marijuana use in general, but it is a legal use in the state of Arizona now, both medically and recreationally. Tonight we're not here to debate that. We're here to talk about whether this location is suitable for this use or not. And secondly, there's been some concern this is not coming with a request or the approval of a third license for marijuana in Lake Havasu City. Currently, there are only 2. The state is not at this point, has not authorized additional licenses. So this site, while if you approve this tonight, would have the ability to house the location, is really, from ownership standpoint, providing an option for the existing facilities to potentially relocate if they so desired. Otherwise, the building presented, the site plan presented, that we'll talk more about, has the ability to house other C2 uses. Couple of things to point out on the location of this and why we ended up in this location. Ownership took a lot of time and effort over the last couple of years studying the existing development code. Obviously, you all are aware of what is in there in terms of what is allowed for this use, where it can go, what those separation requirements are in the code. When you really look around the city and you look at locations of C2 zoning that aren't next to residential, that don't have restaurants or bars, that don't have parks or other things nearby, you really end up with almost no viable locations. I mean, there's some locations that might have no access or in an alley or other locations that really aren't suited to house the public in a retail setting like this. So it does pose the question of, as this use evolves and as we look at what is the right location? What is a safe location? Ownership really studied long and hard to try and find a site that they felt this could work in. And that's why we're here today with this location. Good circulation just off of the highway, London Bridge Road. A lot of room for circulation, not a lot of uses that contradict what the development code has in there for restrictions. Yes, we've talked about the exceptions for the park and liquor licenses. It's there. It's very obvious that we're within 300 feet of Lake Havasu State Park. There is an entrance there. There is a city parking lot there. That entrance, as we all are aware of, is used for special events only. Most of the special events that are housed or accessed through that event are catered, I would say, mainly to adults, whether that be boat shows, whether that be balloon fest, yes, there are parents, there are families, there are people coming, but the park is not situated with playgrounds, with uses that children typically would frequent, which I believe the intent of that separation from parks is for that use. So while we have that location, we feel that what Luke pointed out, the location, it being a long way from the primary entrance into the park, that park being closed off most of the year by a fence and without access at that point, we feel like it's a reasonable request for that exception. Same with the liquor license exceptions. Yes, there are 3 in the area. As Luke alluded to, really all 3 are not public use liquor licenses. 2 of them are private clubs that have limited use to begin with, and 1 is a hotel that really the liquor license is servicing the patrons of the hotel. So looking around, we feel that request is justifiable as well. Addressing again the other concern about a third location, again, no third location being proposed here. Studying the market and what's going on and knowing the existing 2 facilities, they are not ideal either at this point in time. In terms of circulation, in terms of parking, there's been accidents, and there's been other issues there. So that is one of the motivations of ownership here, is to help provide an option, an opportunity for a better solution long term as marijuana, continues to evolve and I'm sure grow both medically and recreationally. So we feel that this would provide a viable option in the future for one of those facilities, one of those licenses. And really, finally, to kind of summarize, like Luke alluded to, this comes with a very detailed plan of development and site plan. A lot of thought and effort went into that, into how this could work in this location. That included discussions and meetings with staff, engineering, traffic, over how a drive-through could work in this location. Luke, if you would put up and maybe put up the site plan that we wanted to show. It's the same site plan. When we started this process in this location, the request for the drive-through on the north side, the first request to staff, or the discussion with staff, was could that exit out onto London Bridge Road, even as a right turn only. That posed obviously some traffic concerns on London Bridge Road. It also posed potential stacking distance issues with the drive-through itself. So working with staff, one of as we looked at a few different options on the layout of this site and circulation, one of which was creating this longer serpentining drive lane, so to speak, which came in on the north side, wraps around the west side, and then drops out onto the side street. The change, if there's a change that we're requesting tonight, if you look deeper into the packet at the floor plan, when there's a leftover design intent from the original request of going straight onto London Bridge Road, where the drive-through window would be on the north side of the building. That is not the intent with this new circulation. The intent is that drive-through window would be on the south side of the building, providing as lengthy of a backup lane as possible. With that, as we've looked at this, it provides around depending upon exactly where that window is positioned in the final construction drawings, somewhere in the 215 to 225 foot distance of stacking from that window back to what I also wanted to point out. The entrance into this comes off of a shared parking lot, a city shared parking lot for all of the properties on this parcel. So unlike some of the other issues you are all aware of in terms of drive-throughs and recent drive-throughs in Lake Havasu City, we're not backing up into an alley. We're not backing up into a primary street. If there was a backup concern, in that case, it would back up into a parking lot that does have numerous other entrances and exits if there happens to be that. The other thing I wanted to address regarding that, regarding a drive-through component that's shown on the site plan today, for this type of a use, if this was the use that utilized the drive lane, typically this use doesn't have maybe a rush hour type effect that you'll see at a coffee shop, that you'll see at a fast food restaurant. You don't have that morning rush, you don't have that lunch rush. This type of use potentially, sure, there could be some peak times at different times, but I would say that you're not going to have the extremes you're going to see for coffee and food. This use being open throughout the day, you're going to see that traffic probably a little more stabilized throughout the day. So again, this request today, we feel this is a adequate request that comes with some exceptions, yes, but we feel that they're justified in this location or justifiable to those requests. Comes with a very detailed site plan, trying to limit what can happen here. And like Luke alluded to, even though we're going to a C2 request, we're doing that because that is where this potential use that we're asking for is allowed. So even though we're asking for C2, the detailed site plan presented that you would be approving tonight really does limit what can happen here. A car wash, a gas station, some of the other heavier intense C2 uses couldn't be developed under this site plan. It would have to come back before you if this intent, this site plan, this development did not proceed in the future. With that, I'll open it up to any questions or be happy to answer those.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
So we've had some comments about the process and what this looks like. So when the voters adopted or approved recreational marijuana in November, we worked with staff to come up with how we were going to deal with that from a zoning perspective. And so at the time in December of 2020, we wanted to be the most restrictive as possible and go through and basically have any applicant that was interested in this type of use to go through a PD or a plan development process, so that it would go through a very public process as these now legal businesses were making their way throughout our community, if that was going to be a thing. And so we're going through the process. It went through planning and zoning, which again was a public process. It's now here at council, but that was the process we set up as council members to ensure that there was that public process as we navigated our way through these initial areas. So that's what brings us here today through this process. Otherwise, it would be a typical rezone, if you will. Do any members of council have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Campbell?
Here we go. Questions or comments, I suppose. This zoning has been very complicated. When the proposition passed, I motioned to have this council place this item on hold for further discussion. I personally believe I was elected by the people and they deserve to be heard. I want to have an open forum conversations where we could give better direction to our staff, because this is a highly profitable business which could lead to corruption. I'm not saying anybody up here would do that. We must put strict zoning practices in place. My motion was denied, and now we are facing this hurdle. And I apologize to all of you guys. I really do. This applicant was one of the first medical marijuana facilities in Lake Havasu City, a prominent doctor and son business. This family built a professional complex and has some hopes and dreams for our city, the same hopes and dreams for the city as I do. I grew up with them. My kids played ball with them. I know this family well. The amount of communication breakdown from the city staff and council is unacceptable, ending up with a 50-50 vote in the planning and zoning. Having retail marijuana traffic in light industrial areas is very concerning. I said that before. One of the mechanic trucks ran into one of their customers who was leaving the current location. Dark streets can lead to even more crime. But with that said, this applicant has ran out of parking, causing even more issues with parking on the street, leading semi-truck drivers complaining. With the industry's transient issues arriving, that could have transient issues arriving, let me rephrase that, employees with night or early morning shifts will have to tolerate what could be possibly a dangerous situation. So what am I saying? I believe our council should have serious conversations with the public. We as a community should have come together and put these strict policies in place. Our city council should have never, ever picked winners or losers. It's completely unfair to everyone. I have vowed to never make my mind up prior to a council meeting. So at this time, I indulge me with your conversations, all of you, on why we move forward. Now, I ask each and every one of you to drive through Habit Burger or In-N-Out. Now, just imagine if there are only 2 hamburger places in Lake Havasu. If the restrictions hold that we only are going to allow 2 applicants in this community, this takes a lot of mindful thought and projection and planning. On that, as we speak, not most people know this, but May 14th, they've already started discussing the social equity groups. Mind you, at the bottom of this proposition, they have 26 social equity groups. At the bottom of this proposition, it states, at any particular time, we can increase social equity groups by 10%, period. Do you know what that means? 10% an hour, 10% a day, 10% a week. The industry that wrote this proposition had intentions, and their intentions was to sell marijuana. And right now, those social equity groups, as we know it, as long as you put in a non-refundable deposit of $5,000, you can get in this lottery. And it's better off if you don't have a lot of income, and it's better off if you have actually even a marijuana, warrant or fine. So this whole proposition is a mess, and I'm sorry we're sitting here today, and I really want to hear from everybody else. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Campbell. The voters of Arizona did this, and they've allocated what the numbers are through Arizona Department of Public Health. And so we were just trying to get ahead of it. I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Campbell. I disagree that we did a disservice through that process. We set forward to be as restrictive as possible, so we would force applicants to go through this process so that the public did have involvement. So the public was able to have involvement in December when we addressed this twice in public hearings, also through the Planning and Zoning Commission, and of course twice on this particular applicant. When we put in those restrictions in December, there really are very few sites available in Lake Havasu City that would meet these requirements, and then we would have to discuss if they were even private holdings that were accessible. So I believe what the council did was in good faith and in the best interest of our citizens, and that's why we're here today, to be able to have this open conversation about, is this the right location? And again, we're talking about a zoning case here today. We're not here to debate the merits of marijuana or the marijuana use. That was already determined by the voters of Arizona. So, Councilmember Lynn? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did Councilmember Campbell, you? Okay. Okay, please.
I just have a question. I follow a little bit on social media, and I heard some folks tonight talking about big money in California coming here. Can you tell us how long has this applicant lived here?
21 years.
Yeah.
21 years.
I mean, I think really, I think that those things, I think everybody has a right to make a business and make money here. I voted no on it, and for when it came to, but it's legal now. It's legal, and I don't think it's right to not allow a business owner, especially someone who's been here 21 years, everything he's done already with the recreational marijuana. We haven't heard any complaints. He's doing it the right way. I looked at the pictures of it. It's not going to be a big green building. I mean, I don't personally partake in it, but it's legal. It's legal. And if you look at who even showed up, I mean, 2 people showed up at the meeting. So I honestly think it's an injustice not to allow them to do it.
Thank you. Councilmember Dolan?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. It's a retail business that we don't want in a retail environment. That's what it comes down to. We have one right down the street from us, up the street. And there was the concern when it came in, what it would bring to the community or what it would bring to the area. And it hasn't really been that big of a deal. I mean, the biggest issue that I've heard from businesses in the area is parking. They're kind of quabbling over parking because it's limited parking. That's why that street is not a big retail street. I mean, we do retail, but we have a huge parking lot. Like I said, it comes back to that, not in my neighborhood. This is retail. We just don't want it in a retail area. So like I said, being that they have one up the street, every time I drive by, it's I wouldn't say it's crazy busy, but there's security and I've never seen any issues with it. Havasu is a unique city, the layout and everything. And like I said, I'm glad that we made the decisions we made strict, so it would come before council. As I've said with other ordinance or other issues we've had is, we want the community to have their say. We want the neighbors to be able to come out and voice their concerns, because sometimes they voice their concerns and it's listened to by the developer, and the developer makes changes to it. So with that, like I said, it is a legal issue. I mean, it was approved by the voters. We didn't approve it. The voters did. The state park issue, it's 500 feet to the parking lot of the park. I don't really have an issue with that. I get it. Same thing with liquor stores. They don't want them right next to parks where kids are playing, and they don't want it where, you can literally leave the bar and walk to the convenience store or the liquor store and buy your cheaper alcohol and hang out there. I don't see that issue here. Like I said, I'm glad we had the opportunity to go through this process. I don't really have any issues other than one question I had is, was there enough parking? So.
Mr. Morris.
Yes, thank you, City Council member. I'm sorry, get my meetings mixed up. Yeah, the parking in common is that the city-owned parking lot serves that lot in all the commercial uses there. So the parking in common meets the drive-through meets the minimum standards for the zoning ordinance, which and exceeds it, well exceeds the minimum standards for the drive-through. So as far as drive-through and parking, they would appear to meet all the applicable city zoning codes. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Morris, I also have a question about the parking. So the parking in common, how is it parking in common that the city owns?
That's a good question. I think it's one of those historic things like the city owns swap meet parking lot. That's a big city owned parcel that the swap meet leases out for their swap meet events, but it's city owned. And this parking lot in this area is another city owned lot. There are a few of them around town, one off of Riviera Boulevard, I believe, Riviera Drive, where there's a new medical building going in. But there are a few of these, and one behind Mesquite Avenue, there near the pizza place and the sleep place used to be. That's a city-owned parking lot, and it's shared for all the businesses in that area. So there are a number of these around town, and I think they just happened back when Havasu was young.
And we're responsible for the maintenance of those parking lots?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe I've heard that before, that the businesses around there do pay to keep up the parking lot.
Well, there is one taxing district in that neighborhood.
The taxing district, yes.
That takes care of landscaping and such. Yeah. Ms. Curry, do you have comments on or clarification?
No, just as far as the weird city-owned parking in common, I believe those were once owned by MCC or MCO, and when MCO dissolved and it came into the city, we became the owners of those types of properties. And so that's why we are the owners of these certain parking in common.
Okay. And so then the London Bridge Shopping Center taxing district is not large enough to do anything to repair parking lots. So it must be just for landscaping, or what is? Do we know what that is?
Mr. Mayor, I know that assessment is rather small. I don't recall exactly what it is off the top of my head. But yeah, Ms. Olson, I'm not sure if you recall in terms of what that can be used for, but they're minor in nature. Any big improvements in terms of parking or pavement would have to come out from other funds, from the general fund or her funds.
Okay.
I can tell you this is one of the most confusing parking lots I've ever been a part of. I own a building south of this place. I wondered this a couple of times. Who's in charge of our parking lot? South of us, it is actually the association. We do not pay into it. The association makes money leasing out the property to vendors at the swap meet, and then they maintain that giant swap meet parking lot. As far as north of that goes, I never see that get repaved. I never see that get touched from them. So I probably didn't answer any questions, but it's a very confusing situation to me too. Sure. And I've always wondered. I'd like to speak to Nancy's comment because I too share concerns that that is something that we don't want to do up here is pick winners or losers. That is not our job. However, this is a special situation where I think we definitely wanted to have a say where this happens. To say, everything can go in retail or C2 or C1, or to make any of those decisions then where it's just a blanket statement. Or a blanket rule, and I'm glad we went through the process where we started on, and that we can make these tough decisions, because that's kind of why I ran, was to make these tough decisions when we need to. So I understand where you're coming from, Nancy, but I'm glad we went through the process we did.
And like I said, I'm sitting here listening today, and I'm going to say, absolutely, I'd rather have it there than where it is right now. Where it is right now is just not, I never wanted it there anyways. It's my semi trucks driving through there all the time, having to worry about your pedestrians, because retail traffic should not be in industrial. It was never meant to be there. They don't have the parking, nothing. So also the problem I have with this one, again, is the drive-through, because I don't want another Habit Burger. I don't want another In-N-Out Burger issue, because when it comes back to it, we're all going to make those strong decisions while we're sitting up here, where the citizens are going to be 50% of the city, I'm pretty sure, is split, if not 60-40. The people I've been talking to, clearly my constituents are saying, I don't want it in town. They don't understand. I have zero problem with marijuana. I was in the tobacco business. I don't think it's any worse than alcohol, to tell you the truth. That's my personal opinions, but that's not what we're here for today. So as I look at this plan, I'm concerned about parking. I'm concerned about the drive-through. If we're gonna start picking it apart at this point, that's the only thing I see wrong with it.
Yeah, Councilmember Lynn?
Are they going to remove the other location? Then it will be will they still have two locations or move it to just the one?
So right now, the owner of this property no longer owns that other location. Okay, so they do not own one of the two licenses currently.
Okay.
But because of the background and the history and the knowledge in the industry, understand those concerns, obviously looking at an opportunity to provide a better solution long term. So at this point in time, they don't control whether one of those locations move or not. But those conversations can't even really be had with one or both of the owners until we know that there's a viable location to move to.
Yeah, but nonetheless, there's still only two permits or licenses from the state at this time.
Correct. So at this time, one of them, for anything, for a medical use to move into here, one of those two would have to be the occupant at this time.
Yeah, Councilmember Lane, did you have comments?
I do, if I may.
Yeah,
Thank
please.
You. Luke, can you go back one more? Well, I want the overall picture is what I'm looking for. Those are nice renderings. That wouldn't work. Okay, thank you. First off, I have to agree with you, Michael. This has nothing to do about having a permit for a third location. This has nothing to do with whether or not people think other people should smoke marijuana or not smoke it. This is nothing more than a zoning issue. As far as picking winners and losers, I respectfully disagree. I don't think this has anything to do with telling the applicant, we don't want you to do business here. My feelings on this issue here would be the same whether it was Mr. Moses wanting to put in this business or you wanting to put in this business, my brother wanting to put in this business. It is the location of the business itself. So I'm against this myself personally, and the reasons for that is the location. And I understand that there's a lot of very difficult locations to have this type of a business. But when you look at where this is at, and this picture's a good example. So that orange square there right in the middle is the location. And if you look straight across the street, that is the entrance to Lake Havasu State Park for special events, such as one of the largest events we have in the city, the Balloon Festival. Another large event is the boat show, and then the Sand and Water Expo, and then the Bluegrass Festival and the Rockabilly Festival and the different camping festivals. And then to the south of that is the parking lot where the swap meet is at. And every Sunday there are hundreds and hundreds of people that are there at the swap meet. And if you go just to the north of there, you have the Hampton Inn Hotel, which is one of the largest hotels in the area. And one of the big issues that we have with all these different events, and this goes to what Ms. Campbell had to say about the trucks driving down the road and the people going, there are numerous hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pedestrians walking through that parking lot. They use that swap meet parking lot. They use that parking lot in common to go to all these different events. And if we're already having issues with people operating motor vehicles and other vehicles, and then we have people walking with their children through that parking lot to go to these events. This is right in the middle of our tourist area. And, obviously this type of a business is not geared towards the tourists. There's nowhere for a tourist to legally be able to use the product to be sold there. You're only allowed to use it in your home. You can't use it in your car. You can't use it in public places. You can't use it in the hotel. So none of the areas that are around there would be a legal location for you to be able to use this type of a product. You'd have to take it home with you. And this is our tourist area. We should have tourist related businesses in our tourist area. So yeah, I am against this, not on the fact that it's winners or losers or anything like that. I just think it's the wrong location for this type of a business. So thank you.
Any additional comments? And that's the great thing about a PD is that we get to have some of those conversations through the PD process. So that's why this works. Yeah, Mr. Gordon.
If I may, I'd like to address, I appreciate the comments and concerns. Certainly that is a concern today. I mean, those events obviously bring a lot of traffic, bring a lot of parking demand. Frankly, there's not enough parking for the swap meet today. There's not adequate circulation for that high of a use on a frequent basis. There's not adequate parking for that large of an event that filters into Lake Havasu State Park at that location. My counter argument to that would be, at the end of the day, we're dealing with a private piece of property that wants to operate a legal retail business. And I don't feel it's right to make a decision based on special events like a swap meet, limiting the ability for someone to build or operate a business. So if, take the swap meet, for example, once all of those vacant properties around the swap meet develop, we can't tell those folks they can't develop a retail use that has some traffic because the swap meet's there. Or we can't tell those folks they can't develop a retail use because that parking lot's always full and there's people walking all over the place to get to a special event in the state park. So fundamentally, I have an issue with that because at the end of the day, we want, for sales tax reasons and other reasons, we want these businesses, put this use aside. What if this was, another restaurant or another use that wanted to drive through or had traffic needs? I would feel that we all want this area to develop with retail and commercial businesses. So I feel like the request is warranted, even though those concerns are out there. I think those concerns are things that are going to have to be addressed long-term in the city as more and more properties develop in this area.
Can I?
Yeah, thank you.
One final.
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell.
I'm going to disagree with some of my council members up here because I personally have experienced what they've went through. I don't know how many of you up here have built a building or owned a piece of property that was intended to be used. And because they changed the parking ordinances, the next thing you know, you can't even build out your own building. You have thousands and thousands of dollars worth of documentation. You have 2 years in the process. And every time you turn around, the staff is giving you different direction. Go here, go here, go here, jump through this, hope. I personally hate this kind of process. I love nice, clean protocol that's put into place. And half of this wouldn't be happening. Because again, if we would have stopped and really looked at the locations and had all these discussions, and maybe you guys all did this. Mr. Moses and I were not here for that discussion. All I know is owning a lot of industrial property and having already an accident and having retail and having bar businesses. That's where I have to disagree with each and every one of you up here. Nobody knows what these guys are going through. And what are they going to do? Throw all this away and then start all over again and hope that we all can agree? It's a really, really terrible process. So that's my statement. I have nothing. It's not about, did I vote for the proposition? Absolutely not, because it was a horribly written proposition. And that's about it. But I'm, again, sorry you're going through this, and I'd like to do anything but to change this for you guys moving forward so this never happens.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments before we open up the public hearing?
If I may.
Yeah, Councilmember Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
The process that we have it on purpose because we wanted to have an opportunity for the people to tell us what they want. And when this law first passed, or the allowing of this type of an establishment, the people of Lake Havasu said that they wanted very strict restrictions on this type of a business. And where it could go and where it could not. And you see 4 different locations where this doesn't fall into the parameters that the people told us that they wanted. So we're actually doing exactly what it is that the people want us to do, and that's to have this discussion. And I don't know about you. I know I've received a lot of comments. A lot of the comments we've received, we've all received them. So I'm really curious to hear what the public has to say that's here in person. And it's, I know what they've said to us in private, and I know what they've sent to us via email. And, I wish the applicant all the best. And I'm not saying it's not a good business, and it's a good retail business. And yeah, it will bring tax dollars in. It's the location that I'm against. And the reason I'm against the location is only because of the events that we have in that area, this type of business. If it was a liquor store, I would be voting, and we were able to vote, I'd be voting against it as well. And it's because I don't think those types of businesses should be around where we have a lot of kids walking and pedestrians and that kind of stuff. So, I really respect the process and what you guys have put forward. I think you've done a very professional job. I just happen to disagree with you is all.
Understand.
So,
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? We did have one gentleman sign up, Timothy Lasota. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Timothy Lasota, appearing here on behalf of Farm Fresh Dispensaries. We have a dispensary already operating, and we are in opposition to this. And I think I would dovetail some of Councilmember Campbell's comments that when we opened up, the options for us were extraordinarily limited. And I do agree that basically providing very limited space for a dispensary and then kind of going on a case-by-case basis is difficult for operators because we've made all of our investment, we've located, and we've done all of those things based on what the zoning map was and where we were allowed. So I do think those comments are valid. I would also just point out a couple of different things with regard to what was said. The Hampton Inn was mentioned. The Hampton Inn has a bar, and I don't think they ask you for a room card when you order a beer there. I think it is open to the public. It's been represented as a private club, but I just wanted to set the record straight on that. It's also, in addition to sort of relegating the existing operators to the very small parts of from a retail location, as has been mentioned, less desirable parts of the city, not only there's that, but now if this passes, this one business is going to be allowed in this prime location. And where's their parking coming from? Well, it sure sounds like they're using a taxpayer provided parking, a lot owned by the city. I don't know all the specifics on that. I just looked at their development plan, and half their drive-throughs on land that doesn't belong to them. So, I mean, the juxtaposition of where we are and where this is, and sort of the benefits that would be afforded to this applicant, it's not a level playing field. It's not fair. And I think for that reason, and some of the reasons that have been said, this should be rejected. I think if council, I think if you were to go back and maybe you could take a look and draw up a little bit as the public maybe becomes more accepting of the use, maybe more areas should be made available, but this sort of piecemeal, I do think is unfair to people that exist now. And I understand why council wants that prerogative. I think it's I understand the sentiment, and yet it just doesn't seem to lead to a level playing field. And it seems to be exasperated in these circumstances where, they're only providing the area for their retail, and it appeared on the development plan, the north side of the drive-through, and everything else is provided by somebody else. So that should tell you it's just not a great fit. With that, I think a lot of the things have already been said. I don't know if there's a limit on 2 dispensaries in the Lake Havasu City Code. It sounds like there is. If there's not, then another dispensary, if this is approved, a 3rd dispensary could move here. And I can tell you there are some non-profitable dispensaries that this would be a better location than where they are now. There are a number of them in the state. Dispensary licenses are very valuable, but some dispensaries can't make money where they are because zoning is very limited. So another dispensary could move here. So you could have a 3rd dispensary. There's nothing in law that would prevent that. It's just a matter they'd have to make a deal with the owner. But with that, I just, it's not, and I know it's easy to dismiss somebody else who's in business as this is just, trying to keep somebody else out. But it's a matter of going through what we had to go through. We aren't afforded an area where a drive-through is even in the cards at all. I mean, it's out of the question. We're in essentially a strip mall in an industrial part of town. The other dispensary is on Industrial Boulevard, which is well named. And as Councilmember Dolan mentioned, it is odd for retail to be located in industrial, but for this industry, it's kind of the way it's gone, but it just shouldn't be changed for one particular business. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, no, thank you for your feedback. This is not open for just one applicant. Anyone can fill out an application, go through the plan development for a parcel, and go through the same very open and transparent process. That remains available for everyone. Also, when you opened up, that was under medicinal uses, not recreational uses, which that changed in December of this year, or December of 2020. So thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, would anyone else like to address the City Council on this matter?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a quick question to the city attorney?
Yes.
Is the city limit? Do we have any limits in the city code, or is it the state that's only allowed 2 so far?
Councilmember Dolan, the city doesn't have any restrictions on the number of marijuana facilities that can be established. We have very limited jurisdiction when it comes to marijuana establishments, and it's strictly limited to zoning. So we can't limit the number. The number of licenses is limited by the language in the proposition.
Okay. So it's the state that is limited.
It's the state that will administer the language in the proposition, yes, and establish the rules. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Me again, Don Wisdom. I have a whole bunch of questions. Is there a time of business? Is it going to be 8 to 5, or is it going to be 8 to 9? Is it going to be 24 hours a day? Is it going to be closed on Sunday? I thought a great place would be London Bridge Road and 95. Way out there. I really got to say, really, we want a marijuana in the town? Now, they voted for it. Now, this might be sarcastic, but they also voted for Biden.
Yeah. Would the applicant like to address the question about the hours of operation, if that's known?
It's not known at this time because there is not an operator planned to go in there at the moment, so it's not known. While I'm here, though, I would like to address a couple of the comments that the previous speaker said, if I may. Yes, the hotel, we weren't trying to imply that that was a private liquor license. It clearly is a public liquor license. It's a hotel, and yes, you can go in there and have a beer, but it is in a bistro type setting that is clearly set up for the hotel residents and their guests. You don't see it marketed as a spot to go for a bar. Also, the current location that he's speaking about also has its issues, as we all know. It also is within 500 feet of a current active restaurant and liquor license. So, we're trying to find the best location here. And again, it just speaks back to the fact that everything does have its challenges no matter where we look. And in terms of the parking, yeah, all of these parcels, whether it's this one or any of these, along with parcels that have in other parts of the town that are on a common parking or shared parking scenario, they have the legal right to utilize that parking and utilize that circulation, regardless of ownership. That's just how it's written in the covenant. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Moses.
Can't the city answer that question a little bit better about what hours they're allowed to operate? Because didn't we just update the hours of operation?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, Mr. Morris.
You're correct. In our development code for the marijuana uses, they are limited to the hours of between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. It doesn't limit the days of the week, but it's from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is the only hours they can operate.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moses. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this matter?
Hello, and my name is James McGee, and thank you for having me today. I was the opening manager of Farm Fresh back in 2015, and I went through the rigorous zoning that we had to go through at that time. And also in January of this year, we had submitted a zoning letter and received zoning approval for recreational marijuana sales at our current location. But we were hit with two things that we could not do: was intensify our business and actually expand our business at that point. So we were hit with a restriction immediately when we went to zoning. It perplexed the ownership group. Myself, it did not perplex me. I was actually pretty happy about it. One, because I live in Lake Havasu. I have 2 kids that go to school here, and I do not want to see us on random corners in the middle of town. I don't want to be next to Smith's or on McCulloch or next to Shea Bones. I do believe that we should keep this hidden from our families and our kids and things of that. Sorry, I'm not a public speaker. But I do believe that we do have the right to grow. We should be able to move and expand, but the onus should be on us. We are a very profitable business. We can find zoning. There are zoned properties right now in town that I can move this dispensary to. It would cost me money. I would have to build parking. I'd have to do exactly what they're doing here, but I can do this away from a swap meet, away from a state park, away from other businesses that sell alcohol. I can do it the right way. So that's what I'm asking you guys to do today is go ahead and vote, but go ahead and make sure that you understand what this is opening up. Take the onus off yourself, put it on us. We can find property, we can move. Thank you.
Thank you.
I knew this was going to be a hornet's nest. So I've been involved, not personally with the marijuana dispensaries, but in other cities I've lived in and been in leadership roles in. When it is kept away, like that this last gentleman just spoke, when it is kept away from family-oriented areas, swap meets, churches, other liquor stores, and that type of thing, it works okay. But when you try to put it in and come up and paint a rosy picture that's not going to affect this, it's not going to affect that, it is a mess. Once it opens up, you have traffic problems. You have neighbors complaining. You have people that are saying, I'm not going to come back here in a tourist town because they have that dispensary right there in the tourist area. It will happen. That drive-through, it looks all rosy in that picture up there, but that is not enough to cover what will be a kind of a novel, new type of dispensary here in town with the drive-through. I saw pictures this morning from someone of the lines that these dispensaries have, and it's incredible. And I will not want my young children and grandkids walking to a swap meet or a restaurant and having that type of a clientele there. So it's a viable business. It's legal. I told the group this morning that, hey, it's voted. It's legal. You can't back away from it, but you can regulate where you put it. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Yeah, Don, you only get one chance to come up to call the public, but we'll let you go again. So mention your comments, but make sure you cover all of your comments on this subject.
I'm still thinking.
Fair enough. Yeah. What are your additional thoughts?
I'm a little bit older than probably a lot of you. I don't work that fast.
Yeah.
Has there been any study of other dispensaries about their traffic? How much traffic actually goes through there? You're talking maybe 10 cars every 15 minutes. It might be 30 cars every 15 minutes. It might be 100 cars every 50. Who knows? Has anybody done a study of other dispensaries that's already working? I might be back.
Would anyone else like to address the city council on this matter?
Again, Greg Logan here. I think there are two main issues here. One,
could you just bring the microphone down? Thank you.
There are two main issues here that I see it. One is the actual location of this proposed dispensary. And the second is the actual drive-through. I think the drive-through is going to create massive problems. And I agree with Tom that we can't determine how many people are going to try and get into the drive-through. Look at the In-N-Out Burger as an example. And I also agree with Councilman Lane that this is just not the place to have that kind of a dispensary. There's got to be other places within this town that could economically, feasibly place that dispensary. That's my comment.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Morris, I know that there was some discussion at the staff level about that drive-through. Do you want to maybe talk about how you guys came up with what was presented to us this evening?
Well, as far as the drive-through, there was discussion at the staff level. Originally, the applicant came through, as he alluded to, a drive-through that basically went straight across. Let's see if I can go to the one of the plans here. Oops, the other way. So originally, they had proposed a drive-through coming from here straight off onto London Bridge Road, and that was very quickly determined to be not really feasible at all. There was another thought where they would come through a drive-through from Paseo del Sol, and circle around and come around the building and exit London Bridge Road, or come back around and exit onto Paseo del Sol elsewhere over in this area. And then the final one that they came up with was wrapping around the building. Oh, there was another one wrapping around the building and exiting back into the parking lot here. And then there's finally this one where they would wrap around the building and exit onto Paseo del Sol. I can't speak to the traffic impact of that, but this is probably by far the longest queuing lane we've seen for a drive-through in town. And it like someone mentioned In-N-Out Burger, their drive-through does not really come out onto the public street. It goes into their parking area. So it's a kind of similar in this case, but this would come into the city's parking lot, where if this were to overload with queued vehicles, it could disrupt this parking lot. At this point, that parking lot doesn't get used very much. There's not a lot of development there, but at this point, it probably, in my opinion, it probably wouldn't cause that much impact. But not knowing exactly, as some speakers have said, what the impact, how many cars there are going to be there, it's kind of conjecture at this point. But this is by far, it seems, the longest queuing lane that I've seen in Lake Havasu City.
Yeah, thank you for that information. And then one of the speakers mentioned that part of the drive-through lane is on city property or not property that's owned. What is?
Well, of course, it enters through the city parking lot, wraps around. In this plan, it's showing there's a strip here along Paseo del Sol Avenue that is a city-owned piece, and this is showing going across that city-owned piece and exiting onto Paseo del Sol. As I'd mentioned earlier in my presentation, this design has not gone through design review, has not been gone through the permitting process. This is their conceptual plan. If it was determined that it was not appropriate for that drive-through to come across or go that much onto that city-owned parcel, that's something that could be determined through the review process. And frankly, I presume then they would shorten up their building and make it a little narrower to address that distance that the proposed drive-through is going on the city parcel. So again, this is an example of a site plan that they've proposed, and it's a conceptual plan only at this point. We have not approved it. But if you do approve this item and you base it on this site plan, it would need to substantially meet this site plan. So with the understanding that if it's not feasible for them to go on the city property, then they would have to do it on their own property and then maybe exit across the city property, something that may be accommodating for the city to approve. So again, this is not approved by the city. It's their conceptual plan, but I think it's good enough to limit their proposed use to this plan.
What determines if it's feasible? I would think the answer to that would be no. Like how can they use city owned property for their drive-through?
Well, it would go through the design review and the permitting process, and the engineering department, public works department would comment on the use of that property. As for that use is my presumption, unless Mr. Frosley has any other comments on it.
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This site plan was discussed with the engineering staff, myself specifically, and it really boils down to a compromise. There's very little demand on that parking lot, and the city actually owns one of those parcels for a future corridor from a second bridge to the highway. So it's even less than you might think based on the vacant lots. So to Luke's point, yes, to limit the traffic onto the London Bridge Road and the fact that there's very, very little traffic on Paseo del Sol, this was a very good compromise that we can agree to.
So would someone have to compensate the city for the use of that land, or is that their land with an easement, or is it our land?
It's public right of way. Every single driveway in town crosses public right of way.
Okay.
This is just a little bit different configuration.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Frosley while he's up here? You're running too quick. No, it looks like we're good. Yeah. No, I think we're good. I don't think there are any questions. So, thank you. Yeah. Let's try it again.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr.
I think just the clarification, and then Greg can just hit us with a thumbs up. I think or Mr. Morris as well too, is that this is not city-owned property; it's city right away.
Yes.
So
yeah, and that's an important clarification. Yeah. So this is right away. So they own the property.
Not city-owned property.
Yes. Yes. Perfect. All right. Anyone else want to address the city council? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Dr. Jack Dunn. Just a couple quick comments. The drive-through lane is set also for handicap patients. If we hit COVID again, people can drive through there. They don't have to do face-to-face. If we get that happening again. So that's why we put that in there. And I think we changed it to make it, as mentioned, as long as possible. Those are two things. The second one is we've looked for years to try to find a place that meets everything. So as somebody previously mentioned, if there was a place like that, we would have used it. And I'm sure they would have as well. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And for one of the other questions, typically 150 to 200 patients a day come through. It's not like there's 50 people and 50 cars that are all jammed up waiting. It's kind of just an all day thing. So for to be 10 cars there would be very unusual. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell.
And that's why I tend to lean back to, first off, I think anybody that's in construction right now knows that putting this on hold for a little bit probably might save them money in the long run because construction costs are skyrocketed. I would like to go back to motioning to table this until we have further discussion and opening up cookie cutter policies across the line. Again, these other, the other marijuana dispensary here in town, I don't understand why they were told, no, you can't expand. And this is the stuff that happens. This is the stuff that happens in small cities, big cities, or large. People start picking yeses or nos. I'd like to know why did they get told no? So let's just say that we actually take the time and look at this and say, I literally have seen you, I would rather have it 1,000 feet away from a religious entrance. I don't really like the idea, property line to property line, because if that was the case, there wouldn't be a liquor license on McCulloch because by these restrictions. So these were put into place a long time ago when we were learning something new. We've learned a lot along the way. It's time to talk to our constituents. It's time to talk to these businesses. It's time to put a policy in place that makes sense, that so people make it so it's not so restrictive, because there is going to be more. Plan on it. Let's just say I'm wrong. What if I'm right? And again, I don't want to do this every single time. And I don't want to hear what that gentleman just said, that we got denied. So we couldn't expand. But why? Not everybody, if I don't even know that, how does everybody else know that? So again, good policies in place, eliminate stress on the staff. They eliminate stress on the planning and zoning, and they eliminate stress on the applicants, and we don't have to go through this over and over again, because this isn't our last time. I knew it was going to be bad before. I just really wish that I don't think it would make one bit of difference if we pumped the brakes for a little bit, talked about all of this so they don't look like the bad guys and we don't look like the bad guys. And I do care. I really do care what people think. So I've been told over and over, stop it, put it on hold. Let's do those work sessions. So if I was to motion, I would motion to table this, have the work sessions, and have these conversations that we so desperately need about retail marijuana, not medical. This is a whole new game.
with all due respect, we're having those conversations now, and so that's how you have them in this public process and in public forum. So we are having those conversations. So
this is perfect,
yeah.
But it sounds like most people have made up their minds, and that's okay too. But yeah, a lot of confusion.
Yeah, so maybe if we go back to Luke, maybe you can go back a couple slides where you talk about the only areas that are really allowed for this use without going through this process is C2, 1,000 feet from another marijuana. 1,000 feet from another medical marijuana, 500 feet from a park. Yes. Yeah, and so 1,000 feet from a school or daycare, 1,000 feet from a marijuana establishment, 500 feet from a religious facility, and then also 500 feet from a residential zoning district, a public park or a playground, and a liquor license. So it has to be C2 property.
So you're saying that that's what you believe all the constituents in Havasu believe right now? This is what they want to see happen?
That's why I'm clarifying. That's what the code is now that we adopted in December through a public process that we went through planning and zoning. We also went through council. We had those public hearings, and that's what council adopted. And so to find a parcel that has C2 designation that is 1,000 feet from another marijuana business or a daycare, 500 feet from a religious facility, the boundary of a residential zoning district of any sort, the parks, playgrounds, and such, or a spurious liquor license, those types of parcels are very difficult to find. So
right. So the direction of the staff and the council at that time was, we don't want them here. Let's be honest. And now we're picking, we're just made it incredibly difficult.
No, we want the applicants to come forward to council. So they go through the planning and zoning process and council so we can make the best determination on what we believe is the right area. The one speaker mentioned that they were denied. They didn't come through a plan development process or zoning. They may have asked for something from staff that was not an accepted use. You didn't come in front of council. So yeah, you didn't come in front of council. So I'm not sure what you were denied on or how that process was, but you didn't come before city council for that request. So whatever that is, staff can work through whatever challenges you're looking for, and any applicant can fill out and go through the plan development zoning process, which is the standards that the council put forth.
Mr. Mayor,
all right, yes,
can I make a comment?
Please.
Comments. We're elected by the people to make these tough decisions. I don't have to make a phone call to every constituent I have when I have to make a decision. People come and approach me. I listen to their concerns, but this is why we get paid the big bucks to be up here and sort through all this stuff. And like I said, I think we are in a little different to what Councilman Lane says. We are treating this differently because it's a marijuana business. If we were just treating it as a business that, a bar or nightclub or retail or alcohol beverage sales, they would all be able to do this. They'd be able to do this with a drive-through. We would have no say in any of this. It's because it's marijuana that it's coming before us for us to critique, which is why we did this. We set it up this way so we can have that public comment. But keep in mind, it's not apples to oranges. We are treating it differently because it's marijuana. The other thing too, Farm Fresh, did they get a waiver? Because I know they have a liquor street within a few hundred feet, and they have a restaurant serving alcohol. So did we waive that at the time? Because I know it's within a couple hundred feet, not 500. So.
Well, if may I ask me, Honorable Mayor, council members, if may address that?
Yes, please.
My understanding is Farm Fresh came on board before we had the medical marijuana establishment rules in place. They got their official approval before the rules were in place. The city code was adopted for medical marijuana. And so when they were trying to expand their current operations, they're asking to expand, then the expansion, so we'll go back to the first thought part. They were approved before the city code was established for medical marijuana. So they were grandfathered in. They were legal non-conforming once the new rules came into place. And so a legal non-conforming business is allowed to continue in their operation, in their location, as they were allowed before the new rules came into place. Once the new rules come into place, they're basically frozen in place at that location. So they're not meeting the separation requirements for liquor licenses and things like that, for at least for that for sure. But they're okay because they're grandfathered in. If they're trying to expand their use over a certain percentage, then they're not allowed to because they're grandfathered in. They have to meet the current standards. So that's my understanding why they were denied an expansion, because they were then not be in compliance with the current zoning regulations, and they would no longer have their legal non-conforming grandfathered status.
Question.
Yes.
Does that mean that they can come to the council then, and we can be in front of everybody here, and they can show us these plans if they want to expand, and we as council can make that decision as well?
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We kind of need to come and circle back to the item that's been agendized. If we want to open up and discuss more of the items, we absolutely can. We'll just have to do it at a future meeting.
Yeah, thank you. All right, this still is a public hearing. Would anyone else like to address council on this matter? All right, we'll go ahead and close the in-person call to the public. We do have several comments that were written that Ms. Williams will read into the record.
The first comment was received on Sunday, May 23rd, 2021, with the subject line of dispensary rezone hearing, Lake Havasu City Council regular meeting, public hearing, agenda item 8.921-2806. Honorable City Council members, I strongly oppose any rezoning of the property at 200 London Bridge Road. Spot rezoning every time a request is made is a bad practice which can lead a municipality away from a previously well thought out general plan. It also seems to me that Desert Land Group has too much of a say-so in planning matters in our city. Desert Land Group claims that they have searched the city and this site, according to them, is the only suitable location. Really, I say search on. Surely there is something else out there that does not require rezoning. A 2-story building with a wraparound drive-through window marijuana dispensary. This configuration begs the question on several levels. Children in the car while mom and pop buy drugs. Customers too stoned to walk across the better parking. Bad idea all around. Stick to the current zoning. Lake Havasu City does not really need a drive-through marijuana dispensary. Submitted by Jerome Ringhofer. The next comment was received on Tuesday, May 25th, 2021. To the Lake Havasu City Council. I am writing in response to the proposed zoning change and development of 200 London Bridge Road. I own property adjacent to the subject property. I purchased 204 London Bridge Road as a C1 with the future intent to develop a microbrewery or similar on 204 London Bridge Road. The location is prime. The C1 zoning is prime. I am a real estate appraiser with over 18 years experience. I worked at the Mojave County Assessor's Office from 2004 to 2014 in the Lake Havasu Field Office as a commercial appraiser certified by the Arizona Department of Revenue. I am not opposed to the proposed development in general terms. Recent studies have shown a dispensary does not in itself diminish neighboring property values, and in fact, more likely drives values upward because of the demand many have and the desire to live near a convenient legal dispensary. However, a Starbucks at 204 London Bridge Road or similar would be a higher and better use in my opinion, without the need for special exceptions to the code. The concern I have is based on my interpretation of current Lake Havasu City Code, which restricts close proximity of dispensaries to establishments with a liquor license or other C1 property types. I spoke with Luke Morris on April 20th, 2021 regarding my concerns. He was very informative and educational and stated in short, I need not worry that a C1 zone property, mine in particular, would be restricted for future development regarding its C1 highest and best use because of the dispensary being next door and the zoning change, if approved, along with other code exceptions granted to the subject by the City of Lake Havasu, would not in any way diminish the ability for 204 London Bridge Road to be developed, even as a business with a liquor license if so desired. I would ask the City Attorney to confirm the same, and if confirmed, I welcome the proposed development. Submitted by Dallas Tripp. The next comment was received on Tuesday, May 25th, 2021, with the subject line of marijuana rezoning meeting. Greetings. I have been a resident of Lake Havasu for over 20 years. I have held a license to sell at the swap meet for the last 5 years. I noticed on Facebook there is a petition going around to collect signatures against the City Council rezoning of a marijuana facility. I have signed this petition. I do not think you are monitoring social media, so I am taking it straight to you. I am also going to try to make the meeting tonight, but if I am unable, it is my understanding my voice will still be heard. I am not against people using marijuana. I am against children and families being subjected to it on this very busy intersection. Please think about that location. Swap meet, bike races, balloon fest, carnivals, and more. Please understand that many families and kids attend the swap meet and also use that stretch of the state park for hikes, metal detecting, and more. Please keep our little town and our kids safe. I do not want to think how the future looks in 10 years as the state continues to hand out dispensary licenses and we have no zoning backbone. Submitted by Luis Winkle.
Thank you. Yeah, and Ms. Gary, one of the comments by Dallas Tripp was that they own C1 property with the intent to have a liquor license on there. Mr. Morris had confirmed that that won't impact that property. They're asking for confirmation from your office. You agree with that statement or have any feedback on that?
Yes. So we had discussions earlier today, actually, with the development services with Luke and Stuart, talking about how that would be interpreted in the future if someone were wanted to come and develop a restaurant bar next to an established marijuana facility. And there's nothing in the code that restricts somebody from coming in as far as any type of separation location or separation requirements. So the separation requirements are specific to a marijuana facility. And so those wouldn't apply necessarily to another private business coming in wanting to operate.
Okay, so they would be able to live with the C1 zoning that their current property has.
Correct.
Okay, excellent. All right, that concludes our public hearing, or excuse me, that includes our public hearing. So bring it back to council for further discussion. Any final questions or a possible motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Dolan?
I'll keep things moving and make a motion.
Okay.
I move to adopt ordinance number 21-1257 for approval of a planned development rezone of the 200 London Bridge Road, tract 2183, block 6, lot 1, from limited commercial district C1 to general commercial planned development district C2 PD to allow exceptions from section 14.03.03.c.17.b.ii.b. Like I'm talking to Siri. 3 and 4, separation of 500 feet from the public park, playground, or recreational facility and an establishment having an Arizona spirituous liquor license for the proposed marijuana establishment with the following condition. The property shall substantially match the development plan provided with the request.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Dolan and a second from Councilmember Lynn. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I had a question, and I just wanted to see if this was a possibility. I mean, most of the comments that I've heard from people before this, prior to this, and during this meeting just now, and all day today, and this has weighed on me quite a bit. And I kind of a thought that I had is nobody just want. What if this was just an office building? Would everyone be okay with it? Probably. Is there anything we can do with signage? Because I know we have sign restrictions. Could we make it part of the plan development that there's no marijuana leaves, there's no 420 now, like that kind of stuff? Is there anything we can do with the plan development to limit some of those things so that might be a common ground? The developer can still, operate and run a business, and we don't necessarily have that messaging out there to our families or to our tourism or to any of that stuff. Those who want to find it obviously will find it, but those who just want to live blissfully without and ignorantly without knowing it's there might be able to accomplish that goal too. Is this even possible, or am I coming up with stuff we can't do?
Yeah, Mr. Morris or Ms. Gary?
Seems like a very good question. It seems like a tough question. Maybe the city attorney could have some input on if we're limiting someone to what they can name their business, so they can't put the name of their business on the building. I don't know. I'm not sure if the city attorney has any thoughts on that either.
Well, I mean, we can limit vulgar, vulgar things on a sign. I can't make my business have something inappropriate in my signage. Can we maybe modify the, what's allowed and what's not?
So what would you propose to be the language in that amendment?
Well, I gave a couple of instances, something along those lines.
Mayor and council, we'd have to be really specific on what you're limiting, and staff would have to evaluate whether that was even possible. If you're going to say something like you can't have a marijuana leaf, but yet the name or their logo somehow incorporates a marijuana leaf, then when they come to staff and they want to do that, we're going to have to try and interpret and apply that. And if we're going to put additional conditions on, we also need to kind of have that discussion with the property owners and their representatives to make sure that they're in agreement that that's even a possibility. I don't know if that's something that they have considered. But I can't answer it just with a theoretical. We would need to have specific conditions of exactly what you want to do to determine whether that's appropriate.
Is this something we can do after this? Or is this kind of our one shot?
Mm-hmm. We would need to.
Yeah, the applicant has some comments.
Obviously can't talk to the legal point, but neither of the current licenses have marijuana leaves in their logo. And that's kind of the thought process, is to have a local license move into this location. So if that eases anybody's mind, the kind of current signs and logos, I would imagine would stay very consistent with what
in both businesses have been, upstanding actors in all of this. I just want to see if there's something we can do as a city to limit the perception to the general public who just happen to walk past.
I can say when I drive down Industrial, I'm never offended.
I can agree with you.
It's always, like I said,
did that happen by accident or did it happen by purpose? And I would prefer it to happen by purpose so that we have something to protect.
Councilman Moses, I have done some research, and other city councils put in a design review board for their marijuana dispensaries, and they're beautifully done. So there are other cities that have put this into place, but I think probably it's too late here if we're motioning.
We can't request this from the applicant.
Is it possible to bring our sign ordinance back and address it through our sign ordinance for the entire city, or not specific to that? No.
I gave a stumper.
I wouldn't address it through the sign code. Wouldn't address it through the sign code. If you want to put conditions on them, then we would do that tonight through this process. We have design review. It'll have to go through design review, but that's a process that's done by staff. And currently we don't have anything in the code that restricts something as specific as not having a marijuana leaf or having certain phrases or the things of the nature that you're thinking of limiting. So we'd have to have the conditions be specific on what we're limiting. So, I mean, I've heard no marijuana leaves, no, I don't know how to list it. I don't know how to list your conditions. So you're going to have to list the conditions that you want to apply.
Yeah. Mr. Gordon, do you have?
Yeah, thank you. That's a tough one to write, obviously, in terms of what do you want to include or not include in it. Ownership understands the concern, obviously wants it to be a first-class facility. You can see the renderings and the intent of what would be built from a building standpoint. They would be open to a condition that said that the signage would have to go through design review. I know that's a mechanism that's already in place, not related to signage. It's related to the building.
It already does. The problem is that we don't have conditions currently existing in the code that limit the things that they want to limit. You know what I'm saying? Like if a logo came forward and it did have a marijuana leaf, or it did have certain, like a slogan at the bottom that referenced something,
right?
We don't have, that wouldn't necessarily be prohibited under the current review process.
Correct. I understand that there's those limitations aren't there, but at least I guess we're offering that. At least there would be a check and balance in terms of if it came through design review. I'm sure, council and staff would have the opportunity to chime in on what's proposed?
No, if it's not currently prohibited by the city code or anything else, we wouldn't have any standing to disallow it.
I see.
You see,
Okay.
you see what I'm saying? Like we could review it. We could say, well, we don't like it, but we wouldn't have any standing to say we don't approve it. So, I mean, if you want to put the conditions on it, we need to, I guess, elaborate on what we don't want to see on their signage.
Do any other members of council have thoughts when it comes to signage or concerns to add? So maybe we can define what this might be.
I don't, like I said, I don't see how we can do it. I mean, I like the idea of it. I mean, I can have big beer cans and girls in bikinis on my windows at the gas station and with alcohol and all that. I mean, it's, if something's offensive, I'm probably gonna, I don't know. I think it's a good idea if we could do it, but if we can't do it and it hasn't been a problem, I don't think it's as big of a deal.
We can do it. I just don't know that we'll be able to encompass every possibility that could ever be on a sign that may in some way ticks or click somebody off that knows that it's a marijuana establishment when we're trying to hide it. I don't know if that makes sense, but I totally understand what you're saying and where you want to go. I just don't even know where to begin, how to draft that condition to encompass everything that everybody may be thinking. And I don't know right now if we have a consensus of council that wants to go with that idea to amend the motion to try to do that condition anyway.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Lane and then Councilmember Campbell.
Yeah, just a few thoughts on that. This is just a change of zoning. It has nothing to do with signage. We're not approving a plot map. We're not approving a building. We're just changing zoning. So I think at this point, it really doesn't matter whether we do signage or not. That's something that would have to be discussed at a later date because it's not part of the actual item before us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Campbell.
I would think that we could probably motion with an amendment stating that all marijuana retail dispensaries would have to go through a plan design board. And then at that point, all those questions that you're talking about, it's not that we can just shoot from the hip right now and trying to create all that. So again, I know that there are plan review boards that go into place on certain zonings, and I'm assuming that applies to Lake Havasu as well.
It does, and we have those, but what we don't have are the regulations that prohibit the things that you're talking about. So we don't have anything in our sign code that talks about medical marijuana or recreational marijuana signs or what can and can't be on those signs. We don't have that right now. So I mean, it'll go through review process, but it's going to apply the sign code as it exists today. So we just don't have that available at the time. Yes, and design review goes through staff. It doesn't come back to the city council.
All right, so we do have a motion and a second here. Do we have anyone that's interested in amending that motion before we vote?
I stated my amendment. I wouldn't know how to word that. So if I could, I'd be willing to motion to accept this pending a design review.
It would need to be actually Councilmember Dolan or Councilmember Lane.
Right. So
if they're not willing to make a change to what was presented, we need to vote on this, and then we can come back if that's
unless
the
assistant city attorney can give us a way to do it. I just don't want to do something just to be symbolic. It sounds like we can't. Then I'd much rather just put it to vote, and then if it's an issue, then because I see it as a zoning issue and not so much as a sign issue. But
I don't have enough information at this time to try to draft something right here. And I'm only hearing primarily from one council member and not a consensus of everybody for signage. So that also makes it difficult. So I would suggest to you, you have a motion, you have a second, let's vote on this. If you want to have a different motion that has conditions regarding signage, then you'll vote no on this one and it'll fail. We can bring it back and have another opportunity to make a motion with that condition.
Yeah, Councilmember Lynn.
I'm on the same track as Councilmember Moses. I'm the same though here is how that's worded. So I am in agreement with him, but I also have the concern with how we would word it.
And that's the challenge. I mean, it's obviously good, but we have one type of retail business we're trying to set to a different type of standard. On the fly, Councilmember Campbell or Moses. Come on now.
You're welcome.
As the property owner, you have my word that there will only be signage with no marijuana, just the name of the business. And that's it. Both of the places in town have no marijuana. They just have a name, and that's all allow for signage on the building. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so we do have a motion. We have a second. Well, let's go ahead and take this to vote. Ms. Williams?
Motion carries 4-3.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next item on our agenda. Item 8.10 is approved purchase of London Bridge dynamic lighting and software from Independent Electric Supply, Inc. Mr. Prosky.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you is the approval of our purchase of the dynamic lighting and software for the London Bridge. This year marks the 50th anniversary, and with a lot of celebrations planned for that. But unfortunately, that means our bridge is also 50 years old. And along with that, there is a lot of components that are slowly wearing out and so forth. While the structure of the bridge has held up over the years, the lighting and the electric has not. With the bridge being an important historical landmark, as well as a top tourist attraction, we took great care to preserve the original lighting as it was designed 50 years ago, but giving it a more modern twist for today. So the majority of the new lighting will look as it does today. I mean, it'll be that soft, warm glow, but it'll also have the ability to change colors, either red, blue, green, anything. We can make them kind of like roll across the bridge. Hence the dynamic part of it, and that's all done with a software-based program that you can program with your phone, a laptop, tablet, and the company we're working with, Ross Lighting, will provide a lot of the programs that we're going to have. So it'll just be a touch of a button, and it'll change colors or maintain the white. We plan on having city crews install the fixtures and the wiring, and hopefully have it done before October of this year. Well, we will have it done before this October. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, great, thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr. Prosky? Councilmember Lane?
Okay, good job. Good job. Just want to clarify for the people at home, the light fixtures on the bridge, the ones that were made out of Napoleon's cannons, are not going to be taken away. It's just the inside of those lights.
It's just the downlighting inside from the outside of the bridge. You really can't see the fixtures itself unless you look up underneath. So when you look at the bridge from a distance, the lighting shines down on the outside of the bridge. So the cannon lights are going to remain. They're not being touched. So
are you changing the fixtures inside those though?
Inside the cannon fixtures? No, we haven't touched those.
Okay, so those are going to stay exactly
those are going to remain as they are. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Campbell?
I'm full of questions, aren't I? How much is this efficient, more efficient than what we have because they're old light fixtures and wiring, or is it?
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
No, there's currently LED bulbs in there now.
Okay.
But they're 10-plus-year-old technology, and we all know in 10 years a lot has changed. Mm-hmm. So with this new type of fixture, it's a commercial grade exterior where if it got wet, it got rained. It's used on bridges throughout the world and on buildings. So it's a very well-made commercial industrial product that we're going to have.
With a nice lifetime.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, tonight's trivia question is it's 700 fixtures that we'll be replacing.
700.
Along the bridge. So 700.
Which is
Doesn't look like
unbelievable when you think
It's
about
exactly.
it, but it is. It's 350 per side.
Yeah. So
That's a
maybe,
lot.
maybe we'll ask that question at the next coffee with the mayor and city manager. see who got the answer. So, all right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the in-person public hearing, and we have not received any public comments on this item. Bring it back to council for any questions, comments, or motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
motion.
Yeah, Councilmember Lane.
I move to approve the purchase of the London Bridge dynamic lighting and software in the amount of $281,048.11 from Independent Electric Supply, Inc.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Lane, a second from Vice Mayor Koch. Is there any further questions? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, item 8.11, award the bid for bulk supply of ferric chloride for drinking water treatment to California Water Technologies. Mr. Frosley.
Hey, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Before we get to this item, I would like to do a quick introduction and introduce you to our water superintendent, Bill Gain. Bill actually retired a few years ago from Redlands, California, and chose to live here to enjoy his retirement until, of course, he saw our job posting for water superintendent and thought he'd get back in the game. So Bill's been here approximately a year. He brings with him more than 30 years of experience in the water industry, and he's done some really incredible work over the past 12 months. So he's definitely one of the good ones. So with that, Bill Gain.
Excellent. Welcome, Mr. Gain.
Thank you. Hello. First time in front of the council, so forgive me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, just bring the microphone down a little bit. And you sure did pick a doozy of an agenda to put this on, but
No.
but it sure is
gallows.
nice to meet you. Yeah.
Thank you. With this item, staff is seeking approval of a purchase order with California Water Technologies for ferric chloride. California Water Technologies had the lowest bid of the 6 received. Ferric chloride is used as a coagulant to remove arsenic and manganese at the water treatment plant. Well, staff would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Excellent. Thank you. Do any members of the council have any questions for Mr. Gain? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the in-person public hearing, and we did not receive any written comment on this item. Bring it back to council for any comments, questions, or a possible motion.
I just had a comment. I thought Mark Kelly was in the audience. Senator Mark Kelly was here. I'm like, oh, he's interested. In an officer.
I'd motion.
Okay, Councilmember Campbell.
I motion to move to award the bid for bulk supply of ferric chloride to California Water Technologies and issue a 1-year purchase order requirements contract for an anticipated annual expenditure of $51,520 and authorize city staff to exercise the option to renew annually for a maximum of 4 additional 12-month terms.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Campbell and a second from Councilmember Lynn. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gain. Item 8.12 is approve agreement for professional services construction management for the Havasupai Wash Stabilization Improvement to Kimley Horn and Associates. Mr. Sloan? Oh, I saw you back there. I just didn't see you make it up here. Yeah.
There you go. Sorry. This agreement for professional services is to provide construction management services for the Havasu by Wash 3 construction project. The City Council awarded the bid for construction to Perco Rock Company at the February 23rd, 2021 council meeting, and the contractor is anticipating starting work on June 7th. A construction management contract during construction is needed to provide site observation, verification of performance, and support for any changes during construction. Public Works has negotiated a construction management fee of $86,600 with Kimley Horn and Associates. Funding for construction management is included in the fiscal year 22's CIP project. And that concludes my staff report.
Great, thank you. Do any members of the council have any questions for Mr. Sloan? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the in-person public hearing, and we did not receive any items, written items on this item. Bring it back to council for questions, comments, or a possible motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Koch.
I move to approve the agreement for professional services for the Havasu by Wash number 3 stabilization improvements to Kimley Horn and Associates Inc. in the amount of $86,600.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Koch and a second from Councilmember Lane. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 8.13 is award agreement for professional services design for the Aquatic Center HVAC project to Spectrum Engineers. Mr. Sloan?
Thank you. This project consists of adding air conditioning and dehumidification to the natatorium of the Aquatic Center, replacing the locker room air handling units and associated ductwork, new direct digital controls, and code compliance upgrades to the mechanical and chemical storage rooms. These were indicated as high priority items in a comprehensive building survey conducted by Henderson Engineers in 2018. Funding for this project was added to the CIP in fiscal year 20, and with the anticipated design and construction to be performed in fiscal year 22. A formal request for qualifications process was conducted in March of this year to select a consulting firm to perform the design. Spectrum Engineers was the only respondent, and their qualifications met the requirements of the RFQ. Public Works has negotiated a design fee of $206,338 with Spectrum Engineers. The design timeline is 3.5 months, and the project should be ready to go out to bid in October of this year. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from any members of the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Lynn.
Can our city manager remind us again what is set aside for this project?
The CIP, Mr. Sloan, if you can confirm, I believe we're in the vicinity of 2.4. 2.2 is Mr. Kina is signaling to me.
Yeah.
So we have to. So
2.250.
2.250.
Yes.
Which include the
So
design.
this is additional. This is additional.
This would include that. That's the all-in cost for the improvements.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the in-person public hearing, and we did not receive any written comment on this item. Bring it back to council for discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, motion?
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell.
I move to award the agreement for professional services for the Aquatic Center Havoc project to Spectrum Engineering in the amount of $206,338.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Campbell and a second from Councilmember Lane. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, we made it to the finish line, our last public hearing. Item 8.14, award agreement for professional services for the design of the new municipal courthouse to DFDG Architecture. Mr. Sloan.
Give us 1 second.
Okay.
We're having technical difficulties with the computer. Okay, sorry about that. It looks like we are up and running. So this is the award for professional services for the design of the new municipal courthouse. With the termination of the intergovernmental agreement between county and municipal courts and the elimination of the shared courthouse, a new municipal courthouse is required. In 2020, the city purchased a building to convert into a new municipal courthouse and city council chambers. This 21,900 square foot building previously used as a fitness center will require a complete tenant improvement project to accommodate the new uses. The city conducted a formal request for qualifications process to select a design firm for this project. 5 proposals were received and evaluated by the selection committee. DFDG was the highest ranked responsive proposer. This design consultant team consists of the main architect, DFDG, with 8 sub-consultants. Public Works negotiated a design fee of $509,527 for this project. The design fee is broken out into 2 sections, basic services and supplemental services. Under basic services, there's programming and conceptual design, which consists of space planning, allocation, and the initial layout. Schematic design, which is 35% design based on the approved programming phase. Design development and construction documents are the 60 and 90% design documents and specifications for construction. Bidding and negotiation consists of the formal bid process conducted by the city. So that's the basic services. And then under supplemental services, we have cost estimating, which allows for more detailed construction cost estimates during the design process. An optional second floor shell is the design effort that would be required to create a second floor infrastructure if it's determined during the programming phase that this space is required to meet the program requirements. And so this would be included in the actual design. Acoustic design is specifically for spaces classified as assembly occupancy, such as courtrooms and the council chambers. Court technology design includes the low voltage conduit, wiring, and infrastructure for court-specific IT requirements. Fire protection and fire alarm design, these are included because Lake Havasu City does not allow for deferred submittals from the contractor on these items. Traffic analysis for safety and traffic flow in the parking lot and Sallyport. And the topographic survey to support the civil engineering requirements of the Sallyport parking lot and secure staff parking. So the total of both of those, we have the basic services at $318,265, the supplemental services at $171,262, reimbursable expenses, which are direct expenses for printing, travel, and per diem, at $20,000, which brings the total contract cost to $509,527. The schedule is based on approval of the design contract. We'd be under design contract in June. It's a six-month design timeline for completion, so that'd be December of this year. Permitting and bidding be in January or March of next year, and then award the construction contract in April. It's about a 12-month construction timeline, which means we'd be done in April of 2023. Then installation of furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and moving in May and June, with the building opening in July of 2023. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Questions of council, comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Dolan.
For the sake of time, I'll rip off the Band-Aid and start just making some comments. I'm okay with the design, with the agreement itself. I just want to make sure that the designers are well aware of what I believe council wants. We have a nice building. We want walls, we want ceilings, we want space. We do not want to be put in the RFQ book you guys give out to other people. We don't want to be that example of look at this high, beautiful, expensive. No, we have a nice building. We want to use the tax dollars extremely wisely. I'm a little concerned about some of the numbers I'm hearing that we may, like I said, I grew up around in Havasu being an electrician. I remember as a kid, my dad would build out some stuff, and if it was put together by a designer or you put a set of plans together, you can do the electrical system for $500. If you have the engineer do it, they'll do it their way, and it's $5,000 to $10,000 to solve the same purpose. And I guess that's my concern about this project. The costs are high right now. I'd like us to be very efficient in what we spend. That we're very, very, very functional in this. Walls, air conditioning units, infrastructure. I'd hate to, and I guess my next question is, does this come back to? It would come back to council to approve the proposals at that point, right, for construction. So I would hate for us to slow that down at that point, to reject the design at that point because it is too over the top. So I'm just hoping we're all on the same page about this, and that we get exactly what we want: walls and AC units and all that kind of stuff, and not the fluff that comes into with the. I know the county has a $30 million courthouse, and yeah, I don't want that. And I also want this to be built as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible. And my understanding of bringing design, I want a set of plans that have walls that we can build. I don't really want design and the view and the look and the, all that kind of stuff. I want a very functional building. So I'd like to see those plans as we get those plans going as soon as possible with the functionalness of it, so we can get bidding. I know with costs, we're going to have some issues here, but hopefully time will fix that for us. But I just wanted to put that out there. So just to make sure that that's my intention. And I'd hate to turn down a design in December 21 and have us start all over because it's too fluffy.
Sure.
So thank you.
Yeah, so this is the professional service agreement for the design. It'll come back for construction and the other components to it. But point well taken. I believe that's the feedback of all council when we met during our planning session, is that we're happy with the architectural effects of the current building as it is now. And we're just wanting to place our courthouse in there in a very functional way. But so I think Councilmember Dolan, you that was the will of the council at that time, and remains to be that way. So very important. So are there benchmarks built in? I don't know, Mr. Knutson or Mr. Sloan, on when council can get updates, or maybe we do some work sessions through this design process to ensure we're on the right track?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, there's some initial conversations, and Mr. Sloan can confirm. We talked about maybe getting to the 60% design time frame, and then looking at some conversations that we can have to update council. Obviously, throughout the entire process, there'll be communications coming from my office, from the public works, from the design team, and making sure that the will of the council is implemented in the fashion that you've directed. We're utilizing taxpayer dollars, and we're trying to generate a building space that will have like Havasu City's first courthouse. We want to do it that's in a way that's professional, clean, and looks nice. But we're utilizing city taxpayer dollars to accomplish this. So if council approves the design contract, we can have ongoing conversations with the design team and city staff to look at how we can approach that in the way that council needs that to occur. There are existing walls. There are existing plumbing. There's those aspects within that building. If we can utilize a portion of that footprint, that saves money, and we can accomplish those things through the design process. To meet the will of the council. But does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Would you like to add some as well?
If I may, my name is Rob Sampson. Some of you guys know me from Selberg Associates. We're a partner on this contract with DFDG. We had a very successful contract with them for the Mojave County Courthouse that was mentioned earlier. One thing you'll notice in what Mr. Sloan has presented to you is we have a cost estimating component to this project as an additional service, or as an extra service. It's something that is included in the number that you see here, and it's put in there as a safeguard for all of you. It's something that once we have the design, we'll make sure that we are trying to meet the milestones that are set forth. There is obviously some turmoil in the industry as far as the cost of things, but being a local representative of the architecture firm here, we are very cognizant of what Lake Havasu construction needs are, and it's certainly our intention to be a component and be a member of the success of this team as opposed to working against you guys on a consistent basis. We want to make this a successful project for everybody, and we know how to make, at least we think we know how to make 90 cents equal $1 sometimes just to make the project successful.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Lynn?
I'm not sure who to address this to, but were we expecting it to be $500,000? I mean, is that what we were estimating? Because that seems like just crazy to me. Is that what we were expecting it to be?
Councilmember Lynn, Mayor Sheehy, we have some conversations in terms of what that design looks like. You know, initially that with the base amount, and then you add the supplemental costs that are tied to that, we're at $500,000. Part of that, about $90,000 of that cost is looking at the shell of the second floor. So that design aspect of it, if you want to extend the space, maximize the space within that building, and that's the consensus of what staff has been hearing from council is the plan for the future. If it takes us 5 or 10 years to utilize that space, that we won't have an opportunity later to do that. So but that's at a cost. So you're looking at $90,000 to $100,000 for that second floor space to design that. It is a little higher than I anticipated, but I'm hoping to have some of those conversations through the design process to identify construction methods or design methods that would have a less of an impact on construction costs.
Right. Mayor?
Yeah,
I have a
Councilmember
comment.
Campbell?
Here it comes.
Yes.
You know, I've been pretty vocal today, so here I go. In the building industry right now, even the PED's metal building that they swore was not going to go up officially went up $80,000 in 1 week, and it got pushed back 9 weeks. As much as I know the courthouse is so excited to run through the door and get this done, haste is waste, and you know, this is a time to really pump the brakes again, everybody. Here I go. I'm just that person. And the reason why I'm going to say this is I agree we don't need the Taj Mahal, considering our current courthouse, but I too was extremely shocked by this price. So I went out to my developers and my contractors and my architects that I work with, and I said, what do you think? Well, my very first person I spoke to was Brady Hayek, a developer in Coronado Island who develops and rebuilds historical sites, a developer in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, along with building one of the top most beautiful homes in the Riviera, breaking ground. He said, that is way too high. Do not vote for that. I then spoke to Mark Durham, commercial contractor. He said that price must be negotiable. I spoke with James Gray, asked him how much did we spend on the nomadic plans, a brand new building, 9,000 square foot for the whole building, $60,000. I consulted with Peter and he, some of our chief Palapa, and he explained to me that some of our fire stations were plain old draftspeople. I consulted with Scott Sebring, who I worked with, and we did a massively deferred maintenance IT project, including asbestos. Not to mention, I called at every single piece of fixture, not anywhere near that price. I also spoke with Luke Steele today. What do you think about this price? He said that seems completely out of line. So what did you base your price off as? What do you think this project is going to cost us, number one? And number two, how many hours do you expect to put into the project?
All excellent points and excellent questions. Thank you for that. And what we did is we solicited contracts from all of our engineers and went through them. As you know, there's a partnered architecture firm from Phoenix who wasn't here tonight. We're here on their behalf. These are fees that are pretty consistent. It's a 10% fee throughout the commercial construction design costs as far as municipalities. Every courthouse that you've seen across Arizona is pretty much subscribed to this type of fee. There's a lot of work that goes into this. The fee on the Mojave County Courthouse was $2 million. It was a 10% fee off of a $20 million contract. We're estimating that this will be around between $5 million and $7 million to build out. I mean, it's what it is. I mean, construction costs money.
So again, everybody, I asked you today, at this particular time, building is bad. I would request to postpone this and maybe submit for RFQs in about 3 or 4 more months. With that being said, we hope that our material supply issues are not so difficult as it is. We thought we weren't going to build this out for 5 years. We were going to save money for it. And now we've got it and we're rushing it through. And I know you want to move. And that's the last thing. Everybody's excited. They want to move forward. But I'm not willing to do that right here, right now at these prices, because that's what I thought you were going to say, 10%. I've been offered down to 4%. So again, I'm not here to negotiate. Your staff is here to negotiate. I have this bid in front of me. I postpone to revisit RFQs in about 3 to 4 months and put the brakes on this. And we as council need to take a look at it. Do we really have the money potentially to spend an additional $7 million to build out this courthouse? I remember when I was running for council, the courthouse that we were going to build in 5 years was going to be like 3.7 million. I thought to myself, no way. And then it went to 7.5 million. And I thought, well, that happened overnight somehow. And now we're looking at, we bought a great piece of property and I build and I design, and it's a block building. It's a shell. It has tons of plumbing, large bathrooms. It has tons of electricity because it was used as a fitness center. There's so many good things about that. And that's why I feel very confident about our purchase. Maybe this is not the timing. Maybe this is, everybody I'm talking to right now is putting the brakes on construction. And when I spoke with the PED and they said, no, we have contracts in place, this is all it's going to cost. This very second meeting I went to was, by the way, our metal building's up $80,000. How are we going to pay for that? Contract signed, ground is broken. This is what we're dealing with. And anybody that's in construction or knows construction in this business right now would think we're ridiculous to move forward on a courthouse TI that's going to cost us $7 million in today's market when you can't even get supplies. There, I said my piece again.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm with Councilmember Campbell on this. I mean, I definitely think we need to pump the brakes on this. I mean, if we're talking about $5 million cost, that's horrendously ridiculous. And if then we get the bid based on 10% of that, I feel like we're being taken advantage of. I've been in construction my whole life in Havasu. We need walls. We need, it's an open concept. We're putting courtrooms, and we can put, walls in place that'll hold the upstairs. I mean, we can literally design where everything goes, so we could put the pillars and everything we need to support the upstairs. I mean, that's a tremendous amount of money, and I would in no way vote for $5 million when it came up in front of us in December. So
a brand new 9,000 square foot PED building, including land, is going to cost us now $1.9 million. Put that into place, you guys. This is a TI.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that the council's intention ever was to spend $5 to $7 million. That's not a thing. So I too would not vote for that. But we do have to get started at some point with the design elements. We can then elect to build or not. But I know we're not building a $5 million building or TIs. We were looking at $7.5 million to buy land and build a brand new building and new construction. So I don't think that this $5 to $7 million is the first time I'm hearing this in this context, because that's not what our intention was ever. So how do you base your fee? So you just literally say, oh, it's going to be $5 million, it's 10%?
There's obviously there's a lot of sites that goes into it on our side, but it's essentially how many hours we think we're going to spend, and each of the engineers gives us the same thing. So each of the design phases, we put together a certain number of hours for each of those design phases that we think we'll spend, and it involves programming, meeting with clients, running through the program and coming up with a design. The one challenge I'll say, and I hear a lot of you speaking, thank you very much for referencing our PED building. I'm very proud of that building, by the way. But there is a lot of things that go into courtrooms. I mean, I'm going to ask a question that's silly, and I feel like I'll be escorted out when I ask it, and that's, you obviously want the people to be safe. So there's a lot of security that goes into that. And no offense to when you have designed or worked on a $500 electrical plan, that's not a courthouse. There's a lot of work that goes into putting into a courthouse, and there's also a lot of liability that goes into it. The liability that goes into it is you're working with people's lives, their safety. You have a lot of unstable individuals who are coming into this. It's not like your standard commercial building. It's also not like your standard house that you may have been doing for $500. And I mean, you guys have the responsibility, and I love living in Havasu, so I hope you write it both the right way, and whatever that is, we'll obviously accept and move on. But I want you to understand there's a lot of work that goes into designing a courthouse. I sat in a city council meeting for another project that you guys, not you specifically, but the people who sat in your place didn't bat an eye for another public project that was a pipe dream. And we paid I think it was $1.8 million. The contract I was here for was $800,000. I thought, like, wow, I'm in the right business, because this is phenomenal. And that project hasn't gone anywhere to my knowledge. So, I understand that, we have this. What we were talking about before was something that was done through an RFQ. It's a project that I don't know what the status is. We're not involved with it. But I can tell you that you need a courtroom or you need a courthouse. That's not a question to me. I mean, where you're at is not functional. We did a design feasibility study for you that said exactly the same thing. And anybody who walks into that courtroom or courthouse knows that the constituents of Lake Havasu are underserved by that courthouse. So, I mean, there's not even accessibility. So these are like common key core items. Councilwoman Campbell, I've heard you mention a number of times, we're looking out for the constituents. We've got a courthouse here in Lake Havasu that's, one, shared with somebody else, and two, has got accessibility issues. You have two windows and neither one of them are accessible. These are things that have to be addressed. You are the city. You have to provide equal facilitation, and you're not doing that. So, I mean, we're here to work with you, and hopefully that you guys see it that way, that you want to work with us too, but that's what we're here for.
Yeah, so we understand our challenges, but we also then need to build a courthouse in an affordable way. So is when it comes to the fee, I would like to learn more about the methodology on how that came to be.
Sure.
Because we're not spending $5 million on a courthouse, and I can confidently say we would pump the brakes on that if that was the case. So, but we still are on a schedule that we need to move forward, but we need to do it in a way that meets our needs and also is fiscally responsible. And it seems that this number is a very large number for what we're trying to gain out of here. So can you talk a little bit more to the methodology to make us comfortable with what it is we have in front of us today?
Yeah, honestly, not being the controlling member of the architecture firm, I don't have that ability. Chad Billings with DFDG would have to be present to discuss that with you. It's something that we can look at with him. I mean, we went through and negotiated these numbers with Dan and with members of the staff to bring them down. We were at a much higher number to begin with for the services that we were going to provide, and worked our way down. There was some things that were taken out. I mean, it's very much like going to a fast food restaurant. If you don't pay for it, you don't get it. So that's kind of what we were looking at as well, but on a much more grand scale. I'll grant you that. But yeah, that's what, as far as the fee goes, that's how the fee was put together, with a lot of time put into how much time we would spend. I've heard a number of names here from other architects that I know that our costs are comparable to, that were mentioned. So these are things that I mean, everybody has an opinion when they're on that side of the table. And, we went through the RFQ process. Our team is the right team to design this for you. We've proven that by the RFQ process that we went through. I mean, we're here standing before you for a reason. It's not because we won a lottery or we picked our name out of a hat and we just got to get here. The team that we're working with at DFDG has designed a number of courthouses. The reason that we wanted to be a part of it is because we're local. We understand your concern about making sure that the design of the outside stays minimal. We're not here to change that. I mean, we designed the original building. It's a legacy project for our founder, Paul Selberg, and it's something that we take very good pride in. So we will work through the design process to keep everything at its lowest. I mean, we're not trying to design in gold-plated walls or put in finishes that are cost too much. These are things that is our specialty, is what we do. The reason we get a lot of the contracts we do is because we are fiscally responsible, and that's what our team will bring to this table, or to the table here. I know that you see the fee and you go, "This is crazy." I heard it come out of Councilwoman Lynn's mouth. I mean, that's an opinion, and we will work with you guys. And if you'd like to direct staff to come back to us, we could try and negotiate as well. But the other 3 architect firms that were evaluated at the time will be the same cost. I mean, they're big city firms from Phoenix and from Colorado, I want to say was the other one. But if you want to move forward, we have to find a way to get a common ground to work with you guys.
So is this fee schedule, is it not to exceed, or this is the amount that will be billed?
Well, the reason it's broken up into the number of components that you see there, the number of lines, is because if you don't want that service, we won't provide it. Like, you don't need a traffic study to tell you that intersection is really dangerous. I mean, anyone who went to the fitness center knows that that's not a great place to make a left turn out of. It's not a great place to make a right turn out of. But you know what? It's still we don't need that. There's $5,500 or whatever it was there, 57, that you don't necessarily need to have. You know, there are some things that we can do. There's the cost estimating. If you want to trust your architects to do the job that they're supposed to do, we can look at eliminating those numbers. So as you can see, the reason those are here is because it's more of an a la carte menu. You don't necessarily have to have those. The basic services is what we are looking for to design the building. These are just things that, are optional. The optional second floor, the last time I was here at a meeting under a different avenue, was the direction was, hey, let's do this right. We're going to, not do something halfway and then regret our decision later. That's why you see an optional second floor. What we have internally discussed is you may not be able to put a second floor over the courtrooms and still have a usable courtroom. I mean, these are things that are challenges that we, as designers, we're going to look through. When we get through the schematic design phase, or the programming phase, I should say, we'll have a good idea whether or not you need to spend $82,800 on that deal. If it doesn't fit, you don't have to spend it.
Topographic survey? I mean, that doesn't seem logical to me.
Well, the reason we put that in there is because if we have some stuff that we are looking at, we want to have like a sally port on the outside of the building. That sally port can't really be built inside the building because of the restrictions of the current plan. So that's why we have it. That number we can work to, see if we can bring down. I don't have any issues with making that statement out loud.
Is it fair to say right now that we cannot afford that optional second floor? I just want an opinion from the council.
Yeah, no, I think if we're going to plan this, we need to plan for a second floor. There's only one opportunity to do a second floor, and it's now. I don't know if that's the answer or not, but I do think we need to plan through and get those, get that all figured out from a planning standpoint.
When his recommendations were not to in a courthouse, the height.
Potentially. I mean, I think that's what it needs to be discovered through this
process.
And
that's where ultimately a lot of the design is going to end up determining whether or not that's even needed. Because with that, it comes a possible elevator. I mean, by itself is $150,000 to $200,000. Like that's the cost of what it is. So I mean, take the fee as also our exploration into making sure everything's laid out, trying to reutilize any of the locations for plumbing. Because right now when you walk in, bathrooms are to the right. Mm-hmm. Can they stay there? Do they need to be there? Where can we put the sally port? Where's going to be the secure parking for the judges? It all comes kind of down the line, and that's ultimately what you're paying us for that, to make sure that we give you guys the product that you need. So it's taking all that in. That's what a large part of that cost is too, is to go through that design process.
So when you go through the design process and determine that everything that we need can be fit without a second floor, then we would not need that optional second floor, $82,000.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's why it's a supplemental service, is just for that. It's if during the programming phase, everything's on the first floor, you don't need the second floor. And that's kind of the range for the price also.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. I understand. Mr. Knutson, did you have something to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that you alluded to it in the conversation in terms of some options for council, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think that one of the options for council, as voiced by council, was let's go out and reissue the RFQ. Another option for council is to approve the contract in front of you with maybe some changes. But the other option, as alluded to, is to table it and direct staff to go back and have conversations and better fine tune the cost estimates and the proposed contract. So I just kind of want to put that all on the table in terms of the options available to council moving forward. I'm convinced that we can work with the team. They'll engage the city as a client in terms of what our needs are, what our budget is. We want to see it in that space, and based on those conversations, that we can come to terms on cost of the total budget and the plan moving forward. So if you're amenable to that option, I'd I'd put that on the table for council to consider.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, Councilor
is there a site? I mean, have you guys sketched out, offices here, keep the bathrooms there, courtrooms, or, I mean, because I would think that if my understanding, basic construction is you get some people, put a layout together, you take it, and then, of course, if we would need to go to the engineer. I guess the question is, do we need 7 engineers at this point when we don't even, it's like we don't know. I mean, do we have a vision in mind and that's why we put all these people in places, or do we not have a vision and we have to bring all these engineers and everybody together to get that vision? And then is it, like I said, is it just a set of plans at that point, or is it, we want to show you this picture of this rendering of this person walking in the building and this rendering and this rendering? I guess, what is it that
visualization?
Yeah, I hate to say all of the above, but it's essentially all of the above. What we'll be providing to you guys is, we don't have a sketch right now. We did some hand sketches to work the thing out, but DFDG Architecture, who's our partner architect in this, has designed enough courthouses that this isn't a question as to what they need. They know what they need in the courthouses. It's something every courthouse needs this security consultant. Every courthouse needs this, IT consultant. Every courthouse needs a court specialist consultant. These are the ones, and this is what we're providing in this as well.
I mean, just be ignorance on my part. I mean, a courtroom is a big room, and if I look at, we don't have the Taj Mahal right now. We have, we had talked about putting in trailers to add office spaces and do stuff. Of course, we need a secure courtroom, but we need space. I guess that's my problem. And I know you guys are very proud of the county courthouse, but as a citizen, I kind of think it's ridiculous and overused. Nothing against you guys; you were paid to do it, but that $30 million for a courthouse and we want to build it around this and do all that. Like I said, it's, I guess my question is if I had bought that building and I came to Selberg and Associates, so I have a lot of respect for it, does a lot of stuff. I don't mean to criticize you guys personally. Just, if I came to you guys and said, hey, I want to put a floor here and I want to put some office space down here, given it's not a courthouse, but still I want to split the floor and do that. Would you come to tell me, well, Jim, we need a $500 million consulting fee and then a $5 million project?
No.
Yeah, and I guess that's my concern is, and I know we're from here to that is a huge step.
Yeah,
the issue is be closer to this with security and all that, but
the issue is that a courtroom is a different type of building. That's the only thing I can tell you. Like we're not going to design a courtroom specifically for you because that's not something that you as a council member or as a business person is going to need to design.
But I think had I done that, had I bought that building and put the floor in and did it, and they had the shell here and the shell here, I think we could pull everyone together and we could put a courthouse, kind of like they did in the old building. We can put a courthouse here, we can put a hallway. I think we could do it at that point and then add the security. I guess that's, like I said, that's just my concern is we're coming at it from, we're a municipality. We got all the tax dollars in the world. So let's do this. And I don't like that approach.
Yeah, sure.
I think what he was talking about too, and that's a great question, is the 3D renderings, the big, beautiful pictures so we can sell it to the newspaper and show everybody what we're doing. That comes with a really high cost. I know how much those exterior elevations cost, all of it. Maybe do we need that? Or do we just need a set of documented plans? And is this in there? Were you going to make us really pretty pictures?
No, the program that we work in for this project is actually a 3-dimensional rendering program to begin with. So it's actually built into the cost. There isn't any additional.
CAD 3D.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. It's called Revit. It's just another extension.
Okay, so you don't charge us extra for that?
No, we do not.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the bulk of it, when you look at the fee schedule, is really the construction documents and those. I mean, schematic design and the program and conceptual design, those are pretty low end numbers, but the total number's big, and then the final number scares me. I never heard that, Rob, before tonight. And I would have fallen off my chair if I didn't have arms to keep me in. So we're talking, we have a beautiful building that we already invested money in, and we need to find a way to economically do it the correct way. So that doesn't mean we want to be cheap. We want to do it the correct way.
There is fail safes in this contract. You see the program and conceptual design, the schematic design. These are all set in there. The reason they're put in there is because we're going to have a cost estimator that'll come in and tell you exactly what you're expecting to pay. And if you say, hey, I don't agree with this price, then if it comes back and there's the $5 to $7 million, like I had mentioned to you, then we have another discussion. But you guys have figured this all out for less than $80,000.
Yeah, that's good.
And two, I believe DFDG already had their cost estimator do an estimate for what it is. before really a spike in prices. So, I mean,
So
not to say that like it's going to dip down to cut the whole thing in half, but I mean, it's one element that's
it's fair to say
reality for what it is.
It's fair to say to pay $500,000 for something that we'll never be able to afford, and we're going to go back to the drawing board. And who knows, we might be able to sell that building for we got it for a good deal. These are all the things that we need to talk about. I think everyone here was shocked, and I think it's not going to get any better than this. But if you're telling us we can take that $80,000 and start drawing up some ideas, possibly send that out to bid so we know where we're at, I would be in favor of that if everybody is, because with that, you can get a lot of information from that. And then if we're all happy with it, but I'm afraid by the look at his face, and I mean, what I'm in a good way, that we are going to be incredibly shocked, and we're going to have to recircle around and look at what the future of our courthouse looks like and where the funding is going to come from, because we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot, my opinion. So my motion would basically to just approve that portion that you just discussed that can get us in the right direction, and then have further conversations.
Yeah. So, Mr. Sloan, what does that look like from your end?
So you're talking about going through schematic design. So if we go back to the supplemental services, just a correction on what was just said is we would not, we cannot bid out anything at schematic design. We can pay a cost estimator to estimate off of a schematic design. So we would need to keep some of that money in there as well. But that step could be taken if we included cost estimating, but yeah.
Any additional thoughts or questions from members of council? Councilmember Lane?
Thank you. I just want to circle back to how this whole thing started, and I think it's something that we also need to discuss. One, we don't want to build a courthouse. We never wanted to build a courthouse. We never wanted to leave the courthouse we're in. We've been told by the county, get out, leave. We don't want you here anymore. It's no longer a consolidated court. We've split it up. We have to have a courthouse. We've never had a courthouse. We need one. So we have to do something. The numbers that you gave us today were shocking. I think probably to everybody here at the $5 to $7 million. It's not like designing a house. Some of the things that we have to take into account. You mentioned the Sally Port. Do you want the prisoners walking down the same hallways that you have your victims walking down, or are you going to have separate entrances for that? So the courthouse is different. Are you going to have a Sally Port? So when the police officers or the jail personnel bring the people to court, you don't want them escaping. You want them to be able to pull in, get out of the cars, take them into the courthouse, and they're not coming through the front doors with everybody else. So there's a lot more to designing than any other municipal building. Elevator. If we are going to be a government building, it has to be ADA compliant. If we're going to put this second floor in, we have to have an elevator. There's going to be a lot more design things. To you, if I remember correctly, Selberg and Associates, did you design the building to begin with before it was built?
Yes, we did.
You did. So you already have the plans for the building on file. You have the as-builts. So does that lower the cost somewhat for what we need to do to redesign that building?
That was actually brought into account that's why when we started at a lower fee, that's what was one of the negotiating points the staff used to bring us down to this fee.
Because you have the original as-builts.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The cost is much higher than what we thought, but we're going to have to do something. So.
What is your cost per square foot on a full courthouse build out?
On a full courthouse build out?
1-story courthouse build out.
1 story. Dan, do you remember the ones? Because I wasn't prepared to answer that question today.
It was about $300 a square foot.
Brand new. Yeah. Complete. Yeah. That's what I thought about. $318. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Yeah, I think the direction that I would go is let's start with the design process. It looks like there's benchmarks in here that we don't have to continue on. I don't know how to give that direction to staff, or at what process we do check-ins with the council. But we need to get somewhere to be able to understand what the final price is going to be, to know what direction we're going to need to go. So we're kind of in this spot where we can't just stop and do nothing. We have to do something to move forward so we can get some prices and be able to formulate a plan of some sort. We're a tenant now where we're at. We have to figure out what that looks like. So I'd like to find a way to be able to proceed tonight with some sort of design contract with some benchmarks in here that we're not going to be spending all $500 and $9,000 if that's not the will of the council, or it's not coming out to be what we anticipated. So.
Well, what he just said, on a 20,000 square foot building on the property we have up here for a brand spanking new building would be $7 million. And you sell the other building, where are we at? I'm just saying, just something to throw out there.
Sure.
If a brand new building is going to cost us as much as this TI, we bought a great building. It's still worth a lot of money. That's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought I'd think this way, but there you have it.
Councilmember Lynn?
Did you say that we had a couple other bids? They were the only bid. Did you say we had 5 bids? Is that correct? There were other.
This was an RFQ, a request for a qualification process.
Yeah.
So there were 5 respondents to that process.
Okay, so and they were the ones that staff chose, correct? So
The selection committee chose.
Okay, so I think my concern is if we're going to go back to just that basic design, you're automatically giving it to them and not going back to the other 5. To me, I have a problem with that because you're not giving them that other chance of what that looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's through an RFQ process. That's where we determine who is the expert, the subject matter expert for that particular project, and the selection
But that was the
committee
whole.
determines.
But that was that big project. It wasn't just that specific part.
No, this is for the design services, and so when it comes down to that selection committee selected this group as that qualified person.
Because we were looking for this whole thing, though,
True.
not just the basic thing.
Sure. Yeah.
We could very well deny this tonight and request for another RFQ, which would either rotate the next person up in line that we looked at, or would you go right back out to RFQ for everybody again?
In the RFQ process, we're allowed to negotiate with the highest ranking firm. And if we cannot come to an agreement with the highest ranking firm, we are allowed to go into negotiation with the second highest ranking firm, or make the choice to do another RFQ. That's correct.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to remind everybody that the item on tonight's agenda is for a contract with DFDG, who's not here. These folks are a subconsultant to DFDG. I don't know if they're authorized to negotiate something on behalf of DFDG, so I think you're on the right track. I would prefer to maybe table this and bring back a smaller package with the same firm if you'd like. For your consideration, because they were, out of the 5, they were selected by the committee as the best and highest qualified for the job.
Yeah, no, that direction works for me, certainly.
Mr. Mayor, also perspective too. We, in the price you just talked about, 20,000 square foot. The bottom floor is 20,000 square foot. The upper floor is 20,000 square foot. So, like I said, the upper floor is something we want, because we believe it might be feasible, but per square footage, once we look at this, it might not be worth to get that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it might be worth the 20,000 square foot. It might not be worth it. And if we did the 1 story, we would, I'm assuming, probably be less than the 5 million at that point. So, I mean, I do believe we need to go through the process, and we need to figure this out, and we need to price it out. It's just, and it looks like there is a lot that goes into it. And that's why I said in the beginning, I'm not too, I am concerned about the design. I'm also concerned about the design is that, it's just flat 10% municipality based on the price of what the build out would be. That concerns me, but I do think we need all these services, and I would be afraid if we start nickel and diming on this that we don't. I think we need to get a good plan in the right place to make the decisions. Do we do the second floor or do we not do the second floor? Do we need that space? We don't have a need for it right now. We just think it would be smart to do, but maybe once the number comes in, it doesn't make sense.
Sure. And Councilman Member Dolan, to that point, the design percentage or percentage of anticipated construction costs is simply a rule of thumb that we start with to see if we're in the general ballpark with their proposed level of effort. And we believe that they are. So we'll wait to hear what the direction is.
Sure. Yeah, so this is a public hearing. I'm not sure if Judge Clawley would like to say a few words, and then we'll open up the public hearing.
You should start off with build it and they will come.
We hope not, actually. Mayor, Council, I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. First off, I will say I'm glad that my contract came up before this, so that anything that I say can't be held against me at this point, at least not for 2 years. I have a little bit of concern about maybe the narrative that's being presented to the public and the perception that we're getting right here, right now. I think mostly because what I'm hearing is that we're really sorry that we found this building, and we're going to do everything we can to be to make it as cheap as possible to put in. I know that's not what you're saying, but I know that that's what's coming across, and I have a little bit of concern about that because I think we've waited 40 years to not rent a courthouse. For the history of this city, we have rented a courthouse. And now we finally have the opportunity to have something that we can be proud of. There are a few buildings in municipalities that are very, very important, that make the basis, form the basis of a municipality. It's the city hall, police department, fire department, and the courthouse. When you look at a municipality and when you talk about this is our city, we talk about these buildings, and we're not having that discussion about how important it is for us to have a courthouse that people can be proud of. We have a court that functions in a way that people can be proud of. We should have a courthouse that matches that. And that's what I'm hoping that we can change maybe our narrative and say, I understand, and absolutely, you folks have the final say on what the cost is going to be. But I'm hoping that as we do that, we don't make it sound like we're going to be as cheap as possible in getting this courthouse going. I hope that we'll say we want a courthouse that we can be proud of, and we're going to do whatever we need to do to make it right so that our people can be proud of the courthouse. We're sorry that people have to come to court. We're really sorry that they do. But when they do, we don't want to treat them like criminals. I've spent 10 years here and at a lot of council's direction, changing that specific perception that they're not criminals unless we call them criminals. And part of that is when they come into a building, they want to feel like it's important enough for them to feel like a person and not a number and not a criminal. And so I would hope that as we have these discussions, that we kind of change that, or at the very least, while we're saying we really need to make sure that we're cost effective in this, at the same time we're saying that, we're not also saying we just want to put up 4 walls and get a judge in there to do something. That we're also saying that the people at the margins in the community are important people. And we want to bring them back in from the margins and make sure that they feel like they should be part of this community, because most of them should. There's 5% of the people that come into the legal system that should not be part of any community. The rest of the people that come into the legal system, somehow or another, we need to make sure that they're part of that community. And so as we're having this discussion, I hope that at the same time, we also have the discussion about how important it is that we make them feel that they are worth something. And that's important in the building that they come into. We already run a very good court. I'm proud of the people that work in the courthouse. I'm proud of the things that have happened. We have some things that you folks are well aware are nationally recognized. We should have a building, and not only should we have a building, but we need a building. And we've had that discussion for years and years. We need a building. It's not a matter of we'd really like to get into it. And it's true, we do want to run into it as soon as we possibly can. But the fact of the matter is we need a building. And I hope that as we have this discussion that we can kind of change the narrative a little bit, understanding that, yes, we have a responsibility to the taxpayers, but this is a building that we should be proud of. This is a building that we should say, this is our courthouse and we're proud of this courthouse. And I hope that that will be the case. just really quickly, a point that I'm hoping that will help change the narrative is if we take $300 per square foot on a commercial building and we multiply that out by 40,000, that's 12 million. You subtract the 3 million that you paid, you're still looking at 9 million if you were to build that out. And so I hope that at the very least you'll say, and I know Mayor, you said 5 million, absolutely not, but it depends on the size of the building that you want to have. We've 7 years ago, council asked me to say, what do I think we need to be able to function when the city is at its max, which was about 92 or 96,000, I think is at the time. That's what they were saying. And we would need about somewhere between 10 and 15,000 square feet. We would need the courthouse. So more or less, we would need the courthouse as it sits that we're in now, that size of a building. So there's 3 courtrooms and a hearing room. And then there's all the office space and all those things. We would need about that size for what we would need when we get to 96,000 people. So whatever that size is, 10, 15, I'm not quite sure. Actually, they might know that. But whatever that size is, that's what we would need. So if we can fit that into there, great. Let's fit it into there and make it happen. But I can tell you that, 15,000 square feet, even times 300, that's still 4.5 at least. And maybe more depending on the timing. But what I would hope also is that, yes, construction prices are high now, but if we put this off again, right now we're not even starting construction for 1.5 years. We put this off again and we probably won't start construction for 2 years. There's just as much of a likelihood that things will go down as they'll go up between that period of time. Maybe not down as much as we would like, but I hope that we won't wait. I hope that somehow or another we can move forward on this so that we can have a building that we can say, this is our courthouse, and that we can be proud of as a people, as a city, as a community, and that it will match what we've done on the inside. And so with that, I appreciate you folks. I know that you do a great job. I'm grateful for all that you have done, and I know that you want to make this happen, and you want to make it happen right. And so I appreciate that. So with that, thank you. If you have any comments or if you want to rethink your contract with me, I guess now would be the time to do that. Put something up on the... So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge. Does anyone have any questions for the judge or comments?
I have a question. So you said the ultimate need would be, from the court side of it, not the city side, from the court side, does the court need the 20,000 square foot upstairs space?
Oh, so now we're getting into my dream. So my dream is to have what would basically be a building that would encompass all of whatever happens with the legal system. So my dream would be a building to have a building that we have organizations in the building where we can say as a judge, okay, you need counseling. Well, instead of you checking back with us in 15 days, I want you to go upstairs and see the counseling center that's up there right now, make an appointment with them, get in and get that done. I can tell you that people come to court, but they usually don't do what happens after that. And that's where they run into problems. And so if we had a justice facility, I think that would be great. We don't need to have it now, but if we don't do it now, if we don't build out the upper floor, it's never going to be possible. And so I would love to have a justice facility where we have all of these services. We have a law library. We have all of these things. Absolutely, we could definitely use or utilize all of that at some point.
But for now, with the ideal courthouse, the court system itself, the judicial center would be able to use all that. But as the courthouse, we're okay with the 20,000 square foot on the lower floor. That's ideal.
So I still think that between 10 and 15,000, and I'm not sure of that size, so I can't tell you specifically, but I think 20,000 would be enough for what we wanted to do as a courthouse. A little bit of play with putting the council chambers in there might add some to that. But if we can dual use, we'll do what we need to. But 21,000, absolutely. I think we could do that.
And I just want to say, like I said, I do appreciate your perspective, and I don't want the narrative to be that we're being cheap. I want it to be that we're using our dollars wisely, and we had a good conversation and discussion to make sure that we're all on the same page. But like I said, I definitely don't want that narrative to be there either. But like I said, it is.
Thank you.
We do want to go through this discussion. Like I said, that's what I started with. I just want to make sure that, if there are areas that, it'd be nice if we had a nice fountain, or we have this, or we have, there is grandeur in some of these courthouses that I don't think we need. I think I want all the functionality that comes in the courthouse.
I agree. It's a beautiful
at the courthouse
building.
level. Yes,
It's absolutely a beautiful building. Other than the moat that I wanted around the front.
Yeah, there's that.
Everything's good. No, it's a beautiful building.
Can I put another play in this? We need a courtroom, and we need that bad. And obviously, the second floor is going to cost us a lot, from elevators to everything. In the meantime, on this campus that we all love here, that we call it our campus, we own property over here. And to build a commercial building that's actually used for, you got to go over to the other side of the campus and meet the needs that you need, we could build a building on there for substantially less than what we're talking for TI build-outs on a courthouse, with all the security and stuff he's talking about. So I know for a fact we can definitely build all your dream on our property over here for substantially less than doing this particular TI in this location. So right now, because you said that and you made that comment, it was kind of crystal clear to me. We don't need your dream right now, but what we need is a courthouse. So maybe we really do start looking at that narrative. Do we really need the second? Do we need it now? Does it even work? We don't know. I personally think we can't afford it right now. And we've brought all the positional analysis. I even had a meeting today, and they're like, boy, the city's just spending money left and right. And I think it would be really mindful of us to get you the beautiful 2-story looking courthouse that could be amazing. But and then with the intent, CIP budgeted out to start looking at that other property that we have here as an additional location that we could probably all use up here as extra offices and stuff.
Thank
Just
you.
a different visual and thought.
And Mayor and Councilmember Campbell, thank you for that. I just really, I think one of my concerns, and the reason I think that maybe I personally am thinking why is this so difficult, is while this is a apples to oranges comparison, we just talked about $2.5 million to put an HVAC in and 200,000 of that just to plan it. And so now all of a sudden $5 million to build a courthouse is too much, and yet and so I think perception again is that from the public is that, well, $2.5 million to put this in, but we're thinking we can do a courthouse for less, and so I think maybe in just understanding that and making it clear that we're wanting to be judicious with our money, but at the same time wanting it to be done right. I hope that as we talk about this and as we make the comments that we make, that we also at the same time say, I want this done right. We've waited 40 years for this to happen. It's time. Let's do it right, and let's do it right now. And so that's what I would say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the council on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the in-person public hearing, and we have not received any written comment on this item. So I don't want to leave this item thinking that this does not remain a priority for the council. It still is a priority. We just need to make all of the pieces align correctly. We are going to do it right, but we need to obviously be mindful of the cost and what that all looks like. So we have a few options in front of us. We have suggested a motion to proceed with what was presented by staff and the design review committee. We could table it for a meeting or two while staff goes back with some very specific criteria from the council to renegotiate or see if there's some options there or start over. But that's going to delay the process in which we're trying to do. So I would entertain a motion or thoughts from somebody on a direction to move forward tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'll move with the motion as is. I think we did choose the top firm, we believe, and price wise they're very similar. So I think I don't know unless we go out from a different approach, hiring somebody that has not built a courthouse, which I think we definitely want. I think we're all a little shell shocked by the prices, but I think we definitely had a good discussion, and we gave staff and also gave them direction. Is we are going to be critical from here on out, and when we do see plans, if there is issues where it's like, oh wait, how is that about safety, or how is that, I think got their marching orders, I think. And, like I said, we have decisions we need to make in the future, but it's hard to know what that second floor is going to be worth. It's hard to know we don't have that yet, and we need that information. So if anybody else has any, I'd make a motion as is and see how it goes, unless somebody else has an objection. And
well, I say make the motion and let's
Alrighty.
let's see where it goes.
I move to award the agreement for professional services for the design of the new municipal courthouse to DFDG Architecture in the amount of $509,527.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Dolan. We have a second from Councilmember Lane. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Sloan.
Thank you.
I don't know if you made the second longest agenda item for the night or the first, but all right, moving on to item 9, current events. Are there any council committee reports?
PED buildings over budget.
All right, item 10, future meetings on Tuesday, June 8th, 2021 at 6 p.m. We'll have a regular meeting. At this meeting, we'll also do the tentative budget and the CIP adoption. And then on Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021 at 6 p.m., we'll have a regular meeting. That meeting will also be the final budget adoption. And then on Tuesday, July 13th, 2021 at 6 p.m., we'll have a regular meeting. And that meeting will also be the property tax levy adoption. Item 11, are there any future discussion items? And item 12.
Could we potentially put signage, or where do we go with that, or direction to staff on that?
So we have a sign ordinance already. Do maybe you want to review that, and then maybe next council meeting see if that's still something you want to look at? Maybe familiarize yourself with what we have currently.
Yeah.
Councilmember Moses, let's talk about it, and then after we have some discussions, and if you still want to put it on a future agenda item, then we can discuss it. But I have some things I want to discuss with you before we put it on the agenda.
All right. Any other future discussion items? All right. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. We have a motion and a second. We are adjourned. Be kind. Thank you for joining us this evening.